Give me a second.
Okay, at 6:09 p.m. on Thursday, March 10th, 2022, the Mountain View Westman School District Board of Trustees meeting is called to order. The first item of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. Everyone please rise and say the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, the next item of business is roll call. May I have a roll call, please, trustees?
Devin Conley,
Ellen Wheeler,
Chris Chang,
Laura Berman.
Laura Blakely. Let the record reflect that all five trustees are present. The next item is approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
so moved.
Second.
On a motion, all in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, on a motion made by trustee Conley and seconded by trustee Berman, the agenda was approved unanimously. Now is the time of the meeting where we have an opportunity for members of the public to address the board concerning items on the closed session agenda. If there are members of the public wishing to address the board on any of the items in the closed session agenda, will you please raise your hand in Zoom and press *9 if you're participating by phone. And Dr. Rudolf, do you want to say the bit about la interpretación en español?
Sure. And then we will need at some point to have a quick conversation because we've had people who have renamed themselves. So if they raise their hand, they need to actually identify who they are, because we won't be able to call on them just because there's so many people. So Spanish interpretation is available for this meeting. If you're using a Mac or PC, click on the globe at the bottom of your Zoom screen. If you're on an iPhone or Android, it is in the options menu. Interpretación
Disponible.
Hay interpretación español disponible para esta reunión. Si es usado una Mac o PC, haga clic en el globo en la parte inferior de la pantalla de Zoom. Si es iPhone o Android están en menú de opciones.
Muy bien. So I do not see anybody with their hand raised. Am I looking at this correctly? Can anybody else see? Oh, okay, now I do, thank you. I see two people with their hands raised. And so you may each have 3 minutes to address the board on matters on the closed session agenda. They are Sandy Pewitt and the caller whose number ends in 8176. Let's start with Ms. Pewitt. Will you please put the timer up, Dr. Rudolf?
Three minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
Do we need to hide non-video participants, Dr. Rudolph? They usually don't show up in the main screen.
So they're not on this screen, so I can't see them. So anyone, you have to hide them on your own personal one, but on the live stream, I don't think they're visible.
And I just saw a third hand rise up, Ms. Pugliese Chan. So we will allow one more, and that's it. We're cutting off comments on items on the closed session agenda. And Ms. Pewitt, please proceed. And Ms. Pewitt, you'll have to unmute yourself. Is the timer working, Dr. Rudolph? It's up.
I actually can't hear her, so I normally start when I hear them first say a word, but.
Okay, Ms. Pewitt, please unmute
anything.
yourself. Right, because she's muted. Can you please unmute yourself, Ms. Pewitt? If not, let's let her work on that, and she's redialing. Let's go to next to the caller whose phone number ends in 8176. Please unmute yourself and let us know what you'd like us to hear. That doesn't seem to be working either.
Hold on 1 second. Apparently Shelly's telling me that there's an issue. Give me 1 second.
Oh, okay.
All right, I think we can do this again. So if we want to go back, we should be able to.
We'll try again in the same order. It'll be first Ms. Pewitt, next to the caller whose number ends in 8176, and then Ms. Pugliese Chan. So Ms. Pewitt, as soon as you see the timer, please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yay. Yes, yay.
Sorry, I wasn't sure if that was you or me. My comment is short. I just wanted to say that when I went to business school, I had a negotiations class, and in the negotiations class, it was emphasized, even though I was in a very conservative area with a relatively conservative business school that was fairly anti-union, that every negotiation, the ideal outcome is a win-win. And I've spoken to people on both sides, and I don't necessarily have the sense that everyone's talking to each other or listening. And so I would just love to encourage a win-win outcome for our district and our teachers, because we all want the best for our students and our teachers and all of our employees and parents and families. So that is all. I'll cede the rest of my time to the other comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Pewitt. And next, the caller whose number ends in 8176, please introduce yourself and unmute yourself, introduce yourself, and then let us know your comments.
This is Mr. Nelson. I guess I'm unmuted now. I'm a former trustee. I'd like to remind the board that, yes, for a teacher negotiation issue, you're the ones that are leading the district. The administration is really following your lead of how you think the community ought to treat its teachers and how those teachers should be negotiated with. Unfortunately, I think it's like a slap in the face to the teachers union to expect them to backfill these noon duty assistants and the at-risk supervisors that later in this agenda, you're saying you're going to be giving pink slips to. There is no need to give those people layoff notices because there isn't really a lack of funds. We know we have more than 27 going towards $30 million. So those are the kind of positions that the teachers union has clearly been talking about. So ask your negotiators to put those noon duty assistants and the at-risk supervisors back on our employment list. There's no reason to send them layoff notices when there's plenty of money in our reserves if somehow the state doesn't come up with more money as you think it might. So that's the kind of thing that this community expects you to force your administration to listen to you. And it's your responsibility to also listen to the community, not just your administrators trying to save or look like they're saving $1 million. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Now, Ms. Pugliese Chan, will you please unmute yourself and let us know your comments?
Hi, thank you. I'd like to make a public comment about negotiations. I'm a parent of a second grader and a kinder in the district, and I just wanted to share my support of teachers' requests for smaller class sizes, defined working hours, fewer meetings outside of working hours, and fair pay. Regarding smaller class sizes, My second grader is in a class with 26 students, and in talking with parents with more longevity in the district than me, I get the sense that 26 is largish, but not horrendous. That said, largish in the before times is different from largish now. The class size is not helping second graders who are recovering learning from the impacts of the pandemic. And I support the teachers in asking that the contract define class sizes that align with the district's commitment to helping students recover learning and close the achievement gap. Regarding defined working hours and fewer meetings outside of working hours, I'm full of gratitude for our teachers for the things that they do outside of working hours. For example, for my kinders teacher who met with me and our awesome principal late in the day on a Friday afternoon to talk about his IEP. It doesn't feel great to know I'm keeping them from their beautiful families and lives outside of work. I also think it's important for all organizations to always reevaluate the effectiveness of recurring meetings like staff meetings and make changes accordingly. And if having fewer staff meetings dramatically increases the employee satisfaction, then it's worth considering, given how moderately effective staff meetings tend to be in my personal experience. As a relatively new parent in the district, my oldest is a second grader, I'm very much still learning. I learned new things in conversations just today. There are many factors I'm sure I still don't know, understand, or appreciate. But when I hear teachers say their working conditions are worse than they've been, I believe them and I advocate for them, because saying their working conditions are our students' learning conditions is more than just a slogan, it's a reality. And so I implore you to do anything in your power to help meet the teachers' requests about these things for the benefit of all the students in our district. Teachers deserve to be respected. I think we agree about that. We know when they don't feel respected, they don't stay, and we can't afford to lose more teachers. I thank you for listening and for the important role all of you play in supporting the learning of all students in our community.
Thank you, Ms. Pugliese Chan. Okay, our next item is closed session. So at 6:21 p.m., we will move to closed session. We have 3 items in closed session. They're in the agenda, and we will reconvene after the closed session has finished. Thank you. Looks like we have the trustees back. Dr. Rudolph, are you back as well? Okay. At 7:18 p.m., I'd like to call the March 10th meeting of the Mountain View Westminster School District Board of Trustees back to order following closed session. And I would like to report that in closed session, settlement agreement for student number 600-14156 was approved by a vote of 5-0. This settlement agreement requires reimbursement to the student totaling no more than $23,000 and waives all past claims through the date of the execution of the agreement. Okay, let my agenda back up. So that takes care of the closed session, and I would like to move now to the consent agenda, item 5. Do I have a motion? Well, first, Trustee Conley.
Oh, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
President Blakely, there's an item I wish to pull. So if we can modify the motion to pull item H, the approval of schematic designs for the Vargas MUR roll-up door.
Okay, I think we can just pull. Do we need a motion for pulling? Dr. Rudolph, can you, or Dr. Trustee?
I mean, can I make a modified motion? We just approve the consent agenda without item H?
Do we need to have seconds for that?
So, I mean, technically you had a motion on the floor, then you had a counter motion, you would vote on the counter motion to pull. If that counter motion failed, then you move forward. But typically what ends up happening in this regard is if a trustee wanted to pull the item, we would just pull it, and then someone would just amend what their original motion is. So I think either one is acceptable, but normal practice is just if a trustee says, hey, I want to pull this item for further discussion, normally the person who made the motion just amends it real quick, and then they keep on, and everything keeps on going and comes right back.
I'm going to amend my motion to pull item H for discussion.
Second.
Okay, trustees, all in favor, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Okay. On the motion made by Trustee Conley and seconded by Trustee Chang, the consent agenda is approved unanimously. I forgot to ask whether there were any members of the public that wished to comment on this item. I am going to retroactively do that. If there were any members of the public that wished to comment on the item, please raise your hand in Zoom or press *9. And then following that, we will take this separate item H that was pulled about the Vargas schematic design budget and schedule for Vargas Elementary School and MUR roll-up door addition project. Okay, I am not seeing anyone wishing to speak on the consent agenda, so let's move now to that item H that was pulled. And Trustee Chang, it sounds like you had some comments or questions about that item.
Sure. Just a comment, and I'll be voting against this item, and in courtesy of as board that when we do, we take a moment to explain. And actually, I encourage our board members also to postpone approving this item. The Vargas door, it's a $40 million project to put a roll-up door and replacing the existing door. And I think at this moment, that there was in our board question packet about possible need for some money to do future expansion of preschools rooms, and also that we're soon going to be talking about necessary possible expansion because of student future growth. I just think that that given the school that Vargas was built just 3 years ago, the roll-up door is a nice to have, but I would rather us hold on to the money at this moment. The construction for this project would be done next year, and so I think that we talked about these roll-up doors when we were thinking of COVID and we were thinking of the pandemic. We were trying to get as much outdoor space and ventilation as possible, but I just think that by 2023, spending $200,000 to replace a door on an MUR that we just built 3 years ago. I just encourage our colleagues to hold off on that until we get a sense of what other projects we need coming down the line. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Chang. Dr. Rudolph, did we not approve adding a roll-up door to Stevenson and perhaps one additional campus? I don't recall which.
We did. It was for Stevenson as well as for Vargas because of the designs. Stevenson, when we went back to them, stated that, and it was also before the solar arrays were out there. Stevenson has a lot more space on its campus than what Vargas does because it's on a compacted site. And so Vargas really, needs this door where Stevenson didn't feel that it was as necessary anymore. So we went ahead with the project, which is Vargas now, as opposed to Stevenson. And I think they just, even now with this, especially now with the solar array, they just are needing as much indoor outdoor space as possible.
And that was my recollection, was that it was very important to have the indoor outdoor space, not strictly for COVID concerns, although that would be helpful, but just because of the design of the campus. Trustee Conley, it looked like you had comments or questions.
Yes, I vividly remember Trustee Berman and I went out to the Vargas site in the fall and walked the site. And then we also did the school site visits. We visited Vargas again during the school year and got to see kids in the space and how they were trying to use this space. It is our tiniest site. It is incredibly compact. And when they're trying to negotiate that space, especially when they were trying to have kids outside for eating, it was just impossible. I wish I had been on the board when the school site was designed because I have strong feelings about it, but I wasn't. And that doesn't mean that I don't think we should address it now. I also, I wish we could say that we're not going to have any more variants and the pandemic is behind us. But I think we can all agree that increased ventilation, especially in areas where you have hundreds of children, and that's one of our smallest MURs, is a good thing. So I am in favor of this item and will be voting for it.
Trustee Berman.
I just wanted to add, I think when Trustee Conley and I went onto the campus, I think there were issues with the cross ventilation in general, because there were issues with opening the doors on the other end. So there's doors that face into the blacktop, and then the other side faces out towards the parking lot. So there were issues with having those doors open when there were groups of students inside, or a whole lunchroom full of students inside. So there was sort of this lack of ventilation happening, and so you just had these smaller doors on one side to go in and out. So I believe that in addition to the ventilation, it's just having better access to use the space, and sort of that being a creative way to be able to open up the space and have kids more easily access the going in and out, and then also the benefit of having. During the pandemic, we had this conversation, not that it's over, but the sort of going in and out. So I just wanted to add to that as well.
I have vivid memories of just practically suffocating for the grand opening ceremony in there. It was a very hot day. And I think if we did have a door that would have been able to be opened, it just would have helped the airflow for that event. So I also will be supporting the approval of the contract.
Question then, President Blakely.
Yes.
This MUR, have we updated HVAC since then? I'm just trying to understand, like, I appreciate this concern that people are having about ventilation in the space. And, we are dealing with the pandemic right now, and around the corner, we could be dealing with fire concerns and things like that, it's air quality issues. And so I'm just trying to understand, like, what upgrades have been done to this MUR. So, like, if the issue is that this is a stuffy space, has HVAC been updated in this space?
I think the HVAC was new there. So Dr. Rudolph.
Yeah, so all our MURs actually have the, I wouldn't say they have the most up to date, but their HVAC units are only Vargas in this case is, I think, 2 years old. So it is a brand new one. It has the ability to adjust to, all of our items. In fact, right before the pandemic, it would have been one of the few that would have been able to handle a MERV 13 without having any impact on it. But it really is, I think, Stevenson as well as Vargas, but more Vargas now that, the solar array isn't up, or the fencing around the solar array at Stevenson is gone. Vargas struggles with just managing the number of kids and the amount of space. And, I think if all of us could go back to the drawing board, we probably would do some things differently with that campus. But, this will help to not only help with like ventilation in the event that there's COVID or something like that, but I think it will give both the site and the students, as well as, the principal, a little bit more flexibility about how kids can use space by being able to roll up the doors and, so kids can sort of go in and out. And I think that's one of the big things that they have. They also, they struggle with their field is extremely hot. So like, unlike every other campus, like there were design features that were done. We agreed with the city to put in the AstroTurf field, but no one ever talked about the temperature that comes from the AstroTurf field, which makes it, once the sun gets on there, it makes it, unusable. We put a solar array, which was the right thing to do to create shade, but it took up a majority of the center of the field, the sort of running space. And so it has all these logistical issues that are all unintended consequences. And they were all great intentions, but I think I'm not saying it will solve all of Vargas's problems, but I think it will definitely help to create stuff and give, like for instance, recess, give Vern an opportunity to have sort of an indoor-outdoor recess that is not really needed at other sites because Stevenson sits on 17 acres. Even Castro Mistral, which is on a 10 or 11, they have, enough space that they can let kids sort of move around. But Vargas on 4.7 acres with, 1 or 2 acres being a AstroTurf field. And I know it's not called AstroTurf, but it just logistically makes that site a little bit more complex than our other sites.
Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate the further insights from our colleagues on the board. I still will be a no vote on this. I teach at sites who have these doors, and I think it would have been wonderful if it was built into the original design. But like, even if you roll up the door, you still got chairs, and people, or if they're set up for tables in the MUR at certain times. And I just wonder if a school site, $220,000, could they can think of other things that they would want in outdoor usage. And I mean, you spend this money and that money is not available for something else they might like even more. So like, I'm not convinced the roll-up door will give them the investment that perhaps if they had some time to be given the offer of thinking of something else they might want for $220,000, there might be something that would have a larger return for them.
I do one point. I didn't realize that Jason Cave was on here also, so I just made him a co-host. He says they're still waiting on PG&E gas. He may be able to explain some other issues that we're still experiencing over there. So Jason, if you want to unmute yourself and come on, you're more than welcome to.
Sure. I was just making the comment at the grand opening, the HVAC wasn't operational yet. We were still waiting for PG&E to hook up the gas to the building. So that was why it was so stuffy during that grand opening that some of you attended. But it is operational.
PG&E does not move as quickly as we would all hope. Well, Trustee Chen, you have definitely made your sentiments known, and we appreciate that. But I would like to entertain a motion to approve the contract. And if there is none, then would anybody like to make a motion to approve the contract, unless you had other things to say, Trustee?
I'll go ahead. I'll make a motion to approve the SMAC design for Vargas MUR.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Looks like we have 4. Do we have any no's?
No.
Okay.
Trustee Chang, can you take down, you took down your artificial hand. Your Zoom hand was up and
Sorry
I
about
didn't
that.
want that to confuse things.
Okay, thank you. So on a motion made by trustee Chang and approved by trustee Conley, and a vote of 4 in favor with trustee Chang, a no, the motion carries to approve the schematic design budget and schedule presented for the Vargas Elementary School MUR roll-up door addition project. Okay, thank you, everybody. And I'm going back to the agenda. Sorry, I don't have a printed copy of this. So we just approved a consent agenda. Okay, thank you. So the next item is communications. And before we, yes, and I see Mr. Decter's here, we will absolutely call on you in just a moment. I just wanted to let people know that the time for members of the public, not members of employee organizations such as Mr. Decter, to speak on the negotiations was when we took comments before a closed session. That item was item 3B, and we had several speakers who did speak. So the time to comment on the negotiations has passed, but we realize there are many, we can see there are many people on this Zoom meeting, attending the Zoom meeting, who are very likely members of staff and also the community that may have feelings about this. So I would encourage you to please write to us your comments. We do care about your comments. We want to know them. We have heard from a number of you already, but please feel free to write to us at trustees@mvwsd.org. And with no further ado, the 6A is employee organizations. And Mr. Decter, you already let us know that you would like to speak. So please take the floor. I think you have to unmute yourself too. I saw you a moment ago and you've disappeared on my screen. There we go. There we go. So please unmute yourself and we'd very much like to hear from you.
All right, I think I figured it out finally. You everyone here? All right. So hello, my name is Sean Decter. Hello, my name is Sean Decter. I am the MBA president. Hello, Board of Trustees. Thank you for your time tonight. It saddens me that I am here today once again with our current academic year contract still not settled between MBA and MVWSD. There have been multiple ways that our district could work with us to improve working conditions, and in do so also improve the learning conditions of the students that we teach. The district needs to negotiate what articles are at the table. Every suggestion should not fall on deaf ears. We are not ready to accept a closed contract when the whole contract is not available to negotiate in this round of negotiations. That should be a topic if the district would like to discuss at the next round when the whole contract is available to negotiate. I have been with the district some time, and I do not feel closed contracts are in the best interest of the community. We have provided you with testimonials and evidence from teachers citing our long work hours, and that we have multiple administrative tasks that take away from our planning and collaboration time. This time is crucial in providing the best possible learning environment for our students. Also, the shortage of staff has increased burdens with our SPED teachers, and some teachers don't even want to take a sick or PN day because they don't want to burden their colleagues with split classes or possibly a loss of prep periods for middle school teachers. We have not seen an increase in yard duty staff. These conditions should change, and this is not a money issue. The district can create change this round of negotiations. I hope that the district and MBA can come to a fair contract agreement at tomorrow's mediation session. On another topic that will be discussed later tonight, the teachers responded to a survey on masking. Of the teachers who responded, which was over the majority, 41% of the teachers would like optional masking outdoors. 35% of the teachers would like optional masking indoors and outdoors. And 24% of teachers would like protocols to stay the same for the rest of the academic year. Thank you for your time tonight, and I look forward to the negotiations that will continue tomorrow.
Thank you, President Decter. We appreciate your comments. Okay, the next item I keep losing my agenda here. I believe it's time for comment from any members of district committees. If there are any members of district committees who would like to address the board this evening, will you please raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on the phone if you have dialed in by phone. Okay, I don't see any. If anyone else sees, if I...
President Blakely, can I speak about the equity committee?
Absolutely. I didn't see your hand. I kept looking for the little, like,
I know I was
cartoon
trying to
hand,
figure
not
out.
your live hand. Thank you.
Sorry.
Yes, please.
I just wanted to note that the equity committee has had quite a few meetings this calendar year already, and is moving forward on a framework, an equity framework for the district. We've been going through the mission and the vision of the district and trying to see if there are updated ways that we can look at that mission and vision that include an equity lens that we bring to our programs and all of our interactions with our community. And we have also been working on developing an equity statement for the district. So I really want to thank all of the people who have volunteered to be on that committee. I want to thank Director Henderson for her excellent work facilitating those meetings. There's a lot of preparation that goes into them, and she sends everything out ahead of time, and they're just very, very well run. And we look forward to bringing some of the things that the Equity Committee develops to the board later this spring.
Excellent. Thank you for sharing, and I know that we all look forward to learning more about the work. Okay, now it's time for comments from Dr. Rudolf.
All right, so I'll keep it quick because you'll be hearing from me in a couple minutes, but just want to say that we have a couple of big items coming up. Obviously, always, as usual, we have our community check-in tomorrow, 3:30. So looking forward to talking to people there. We will be talking about a couple of big items. So one of them being that we'll be talking about CAS testing, which will be happening this year. And there are some impacts to that, so I want to make sure people know. Obviously, why a bunch of people here will be talking about COVID and sort of our next steps based off of the data that we see and sort of where that comes. And then the last thing I just want to say is just a reminder that Monday is a professional development day for our teachers. And so we will not have students in session. So I just want to point out that that is taking place in case people were unaware that Monday students won't be on campus. And that's it.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Okay, we'll move along to item 7 for community comments. This is the time reserved for community members to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. The board and administration welcome this opportunity to listen. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agenda items. Speakers are requested to state their names when they begin their comments. And if there are additional comments after 10 minutes have elapsed, this item may be continued after all action items are completed. But for now, we will allow 10 minutes for community comments. So folks on the Zoom call, if you would like to address the board, please raise your hand in Zoom. I'm getting a note from one of the trustees to remind everybody that the negotiations item was already on the agenda during closed session, and we did receive several comments at that time. And if people were wishing to address the board about the negotiations, we encourage you to write to us at trustees@MVWSD.org. Okay, thank you, Trustee Conley, for reminding me about that. So if you would like to address the board on items that are not on the agenda, please raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone if you have dialed in. And I'll give you a minute. We'll see how many people like to speak and allocate the time accordingly. Okay, I don't see anybody. If I've missed somebody, fellow trustees, please let me know. Okay, then we'll move along to item 8, review and action. And the first item is the 2022 CSBA Delegate Assembly election.
All right, so I'm actually going to turn it over to y'all because you all have a more lively debate. Included in the board packet are the biographical sketches of everyone who is running. I believe we have 4 candidates, 2 or maybe a little bit more. So you have Ms. Chavez, you have Jody Muirhead, you have Mary Patterson, and then you have David Goudry. And I apologize if I mispronounced her name, but the board needs to select a candidate. So we'll capture your comments. Yes, sorry.
Yeah, well, no, it's okay. I can explain this item for the board if that's okay.
Please.
I'm the regional director for CSBA for Region 20. We had 4 delegate positions that were up for re-election this year. 3 of the incumbents filed to run again, and that is Jody, Danielle, and Lorena. I'm sorry, Jody, Mary, and Lorena. We had a 4th position that nobody filed to run for. And so as the regional director, I appointed David Guidry in consultation with the existing delegates. We don't have a lot of representation from the western side of the county in terms of delegates, so that was something we were looking to remedy. So there's not actually, we can vote for up to 4 candidates, and there's only 4 candidates, so this is more of an approval process than a vote. I don't know if there's anything else you would want to say beyond that, Trustee Wheeler?
I'd like to go ahead with the vote.
Okay. I make a motion to vote for the 4 candidates presented tonight.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye or raise your hand. Okay.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. On a motion made by Trustee Conley and seconded by on a motion made by Trustee Wheeler and seconded by Trustee Conley. Other way around. On a motion made by Trustee Conley, seconded by Trustee Wheeler, the 4 candidates running for delegate assembly in the board packet: Lorena Chavez, Jody Muirhead, Mary Patterson, and David Guidry were approved unanimously by our board. Okay, thank you. So the next item on the agenda for review and action is the 2021-2022 second interim budget report, and I believe Dr. Westover will be addressing us on this.
Good evening. I also have Nadia Pongo, who is the director, joining me today. Just want to double check that I can get her off of mute as well, because she has a portion of the presentation. Nadia. I can also take her part if we're having difficulty.
I think Dr. Rudolf was
Here we go.
controlling.
There she is. Ms. Nadia, are you able to unmute yourself now?
Yes, thank you,
Perfect.
Mr. Westover.
All right. So good evening, trustees. Today we're here to present the 21-22 second interim budget report. So of course, we always connect our work back to our strategic plan to make sure that we have an equitable distribution of resources that support student needs and to ensure that facilities and resources equitably serve all students. We also have a board resolution that defines what we should be aiming for, so that we want to have a balanced general fund. However, in the 3 years out, if we are within 17 to 20%, it can include deficit spending in any or all of the 3 years included in the multi-year projection. So a little bit about our budget process. So twice a year, we're required to give an update of the revenues and expenditures for the current year that we're in. So right now we're actually at second interim, which reflects activities from July 1 to January 31st, and it's adopted by March 15th. And this is a diagram that the board has seen several times. It kind of just walks us through the process of what a budget adoption process looks like, that we're always kind of in 2 years at the same time. So right now we are in March and we're presenting the second interim, but we're going to head right into spring where we start to monitor the governor and state legislators' work on the trailer bills and things that we talked about or that was in a presentation in January. You'll also hear us talk about unrestricted revenues and expenditures, meaning these are things that we can use for discretionary funding, used for general operations, all ongoing expenses, and shortfalls in other funds such as special education and transportation. You'll also see that we'll talk about restricted revenues and expenditures. These are non-discretionary revenues used for a specific expenditure. For example, special ed, Title I, II, III, and ACEs. We also have reserves, which is the unrestricted ending balance that's used to fund economic uncertainty and one-time expenses. So all three of these categories are distinct categories when we're looking at our budget. So some highlights looking at some things that changed in our general fund. Our one-time COVID restricted funds are parked in books and supplies. So if you see an increased amount in those books and supplies, it's because that's where we put the COVID restricted funds. We also have experienced an increase of contribution to child nutrition, $766,000. We also experienced an increase in operations for water and electricity, $328,000. We also experienced an increase to maintenance operations and transportation, $319,000, and also an increase to special ed, $377,000. A little bit about these increases. So we always try to predict what to expect in our budget. But for example, with child nutrition, we're also experiencing supply chain issues. Next time we come back to you, we'll have an update on child nutrition and kind of what's happening in child nutrition in terms of labor and supply chain issues, which has impacted the cost of food. We also had a salary increase of 5% and a 2% off salary for CSEA, unrepresented in management. On the positive side, our unsecured property tax went from 2% to 5%, which was a $1.6 million increase to our budget. Unsecured property tax, by the way, is things like aircrafts, boats, which is a small percentage of our property tax bill that comes in. We also received shoreline funds, and we had some savings from unfilled positions from the 21-22 budget. So these are positions that we wanted to fill that would have been posted, but because of shortages, we haven't been able to fill.
Thank you, Dr. Westover. I'll mute myself for a second. Very quickly, we're having our vacuum, our district office being vacuumed. Give me just a quick second.
So Nadia is going to take us through the unrestricted and restricted programs. Then we'll talk a little bit about the how we develop a multi-year projection, and then we'll look at what the multi-year projection looks like.
Thank you, Dr. Westover. Good evening, Board of Trustees and Montemute-Wisman community. I'm going to present tonight the second interim budget report for the general fund. I'll start with the unrestricted program and then the restricted programs. For total revenues, we are projecting a $57,144,203. For total expenditures, we are projecting $55,491,295, with a net increase of $1,652,908. For restricted programs, just kind of what we mentioned previously, the unrestricted are non-discretionary dollars used for specific expenditures. Of this $42 million, $6.2 million is part of the one-time funding, which is the COVID dollars. We are projecting total expenditures of $44,381,659 with a net decrease of $1,523,837. Combined, we are projecting a net increase of $129,070 with a reserve level of 27.91% reserve level.
So to talk a little bit about assumptions and uncertainties in the multi-year projection, really our multi-year projection is based on our current assumptions and conditions. And as soon as we make it, it's out of date. I guess it's out of date almost as quickly as we create it. Things that could shift is an increase to health and benefits could change. AV growth can continue, it will continue to fluctuate. Food service costs has been fluctuating due to the cost of food and the number of meals served. And we don't do this in isolation. We follow all of CASVO and school services guidance. So a lot of the projections that we do are based on what large people that know much, much more than we do and can predict. And then we use that to help us with our multi-year projection.
I would like to go over the key assumptions we use for our multi-year projection. We are doing a 5% AV growth for the current year, 3% for the 2 years out. We are using 5% for health and welfare for each year. And to give you an idea how much health and welfare cost for this year, we're projecting at $6.9 million. We also have the retirement contribution rates for the multi-year projections. For STIRS, we're projecting 19.10% for the 2 years out. And for PERS, 25.40% and 25.20% for the year 3. And to give you an idea how much it's going to cost for the current year, for STIRS, it's around $9 million. And for PERS is 3.5 million. We also use a 2% step-in column in addition for the raises that was given to CSEA and unrepresented groups. Here we have the multi-year projection at second interim and combined restricted and unrestricted. For year 1, we are projecting at 27.91%. At year 2, 27.58%, and at year 3, 24.58%. And this includes the increase for CSEA and unrepresented groups. We also wanted to share with you a multi-year projection with the current offer to MVEA, and this would decrease our reserve level in the current year to 24.78%. In year 2, it would decrease it to 21.7%. In the year 3, we are looking at 14%, around 14% reserve level.
So again, as we talked about before, our multi-year projections are based on our assumptions. Some things that could be adjusted or change in the future is AV growth continues to change and can come in higher. Adjustments due to operational costs, due to having solar in place. Right now, due to after-school tutoring, we're actually utilizing our school sites longer than ever than before. We can also look for cost savings in child nutrition and MOT. And this is looking at our other funds.
Yes, we would like to share a summary of other funds such as preschool, food services, or OPEB, or post-employment benefit, capital projects, developer fees, and special capital projects. Just like Dr. Westover just mentioned regarding food services, we are projecting a $766,000 contribution as opposed at first interim.
So some considerations for the future. In the long-term future, we're looking at increased enrollment. And as a basic aid district, this means we have less to spend on each student. AV growth rate greatly depends on the local economy and possibly remote work availability for companies. And our shoreline agreement is in the process of being renewed currently. For our next steps, of course, board questions and discussion. We would recommend the approval of the 21-22 second interim budget report as presented. And then we're going to work with Ed Services on the budget and LCAP development in the spring, as well as the budget and LCAP hearing on June 2nd and adoption on June 16th. And that brings us to the end of our presentation for tonight.
Thank you, Dr. Westover and Ms. Pongo. We appreciate your update and proposed budget. Trustees, are there any clarifying questions for the team? Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah, so at the very end of your presentation, you mentioned the shoreline agreement. Are we going to have a presentation about that in open session, you know, sometime soon so that we understand the financial ramifications of that?
Yes, that will be coming up later this year.
Okay.
Thank you. Trustee Berman.
So Dr. Westover, I always find it helpful if you can touch on AV growth. Can you tell us a little bit about AV growth and how it's different from property tax growth? So you know that the change in property tax also benefits the school district too, right?
Sure. So as a basic aid district, it means that we rely on our property taxes. When we talk about property taxes, today you heard me say two terms. We talked about AV growth, and then we also mentioned something called unsecured property tax. The unsecured property tax are the boats and the airplanes. The secured property tax is really where our bread and butter comes from. And for example, when a home sells in Mountain View, it's reassessed at its new value. So let's say a home, somebody's paying property taxes on a home that's maybe valued at $200,000. When the home sells, it sells for maybe 1.5 million. It's reassessed. And when it's reassessed, it's actually good for the school district because that means more money will start to come into the school district. Is that what you meant, Trustee Berman?
Yes, I know in other presentations in the past, we've set AV growth to 0, and I'm noticing that now we're moving away from 0.
Right.
We're actually attaching a number to it.
Yes. And some of that is because during the pandemic, it is possible for AV growth to actually go negative and we get less money than what we got the previous year. And many districts saw this during the last downturn where AV growth was negative 1% and 2%. So during the pandemic, we were very conservative. I wouldn't even say we were very conservative. We were conservative and just said, you know, we're going to say it's going to be 0. When individuals get their property taxes in the mail, if you don't sell your home every year, your property tax goes up by a maximum of 2%. In years where there is a large downturn in the economy, the state can adjust and say, oh, we're only going to increase it by 1%, or they can even make it negative. And that's why in our projections, we try to be conservative, especially during the pandemic, because we weren't sure what was going to happen.
Thank you.
Any further clarifying questions, Trustee Conley?
Thank you, President Blakely. Dr. Westover, I wanted to ask a little bit about, for our public who is with us today, or who may watch this later. My understanding is that the reason that we look at 3 years out and our reserve levels 3 years out, it's actually a requirement by the state of California that we have to consider a 3-year length in our budget, and we have to have that conversation publicly about 3 years in the future. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. And part of it is because the state wants to make sure that districts stay fiscally solvent.
And then that assessed value means, as was noted in the presentation, that our funding can be a lot more volatile than LCFF funding, which some of our other districts in the area have LCFF funding, which comes from the state instead. And so I believe I know that our board has voted to maintain a 17 to 20% reserve level at the end of 3 years. Is there an actual recommendation around that? I believe there is Yes, Dr.
Yes.
Westover.
So that 17 to 20% actually came from a variety of different sources back when the board adopted the resolution about where basic aid districts should be.
Okay, could you speak to that a little bit?
Offhand, I believe it was a combination between FCMAC and maybe information from CASBO, but I would need to go back and find the source documents to.
School services, which is also a financial branch, also recommended that it was at 17%. So it's a combination of each one of those to make sure that basic aid districts don't become fiscally insolvent, which will require, and so a good example, this is what's going on with San Francisco Unified, that, you know, that they're facing state takeover because of not being able to maintain their budget. So it's exactly why we want to stay at 17%.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolf and Dr. Westover.
If no other trustees have any clarifying questions, I would like to open this up to members of the public who might wish to comment on this item. If there's a member of the public who wishes to comment on this item, will you please raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone if you've dialed in by phone. Okay, I am not seeing any. So I will go back to the trustees. Are there trustees comments that you would like to make on this presentation, or please raise your hand, or Trustee Conley?
Yeah, I've been following the budgeting process pretty closely at the state for the upcoming fiscal year, which is obviously relevant to this. The 2% payment into STRS and PERS that we would have to make in the previous few years, the state has actually covered that instead of districts having to cover that. So that's an added expense that we haven't had for a long time. I know that the California School Boards Association and other groups are lobbying at the state level to have some of the extra funds that Governor Newsom has in his budget actually pay that down. But when we look at our increase in the cost of living, our COLA that we're getting for next year of 5.33%, and then we offset it with 2% having to be pulled out for STRS and PERS payments, that's 3.33%. That certainly doesn't meet the rising cost of living, and I mean, I would argue it certainly doesn't meet, even the 5.33 doesn't meet inflation. So we're really going to see some increased expenses in the next few years. And one of the challenges that not just our district, but districts across the county and the state are running into is a lot of the funding that has come from the federal government or the state government to respond to COVID, and then also for things like learning recovery and the extended learning opportunities program, things we're going to talk about later tonight. It's what we call one-time funding. And so it's like a little shot in the arm for a year or two. Usually we have regulations about how quickly we have to spend it. We can't hold on to that money and keep it and stretch it out. We actually have to spend it within 1 to 3 years, depending on the program. And there's a lot of reporting requirements. Many of them are requiring quarterly reports. So some districts are really struggling with even the staffing to access the money, because I was talking with a trustee from MVLA, and for less than 2% of their budget, they are having to file 94 reports a year, which is just, you know, I know this is not an exciting conversation, but that's really, really cumbersome for our lean little district to have to complete all of that paperwork for what is very small amounts of money in the grand schemes of our budget. So I want to point that out. When we have year-to-year funding, that's the type of funding that we usually try to apply to staffing, for example, because the last thing we want to do is have to cut a whole bunch of staff because we don't have the consistent funding to pay for them. One-time funding usually goes to temporary staffing needs, but also things that are not staff-related expenses, because it is just one time that's going to disappear. That being said, I'm very thankful for the presentation tonight and for our team. Ms. Pongo and Dr. Westover, I really appreciate the work that you do and the the thoroughness of the reports that you provide for us and the detail is greatly appreciated. So thank you.
Other trustees, comments, questions?
I make a
Okay,
motion.
Please.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the 21-22 second interim budget report as presented.
Second.
Second.
All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Okay, on a motion made by trustee Berman and seconded by trustee Conley, the second interim budget was approved unanimously. Okay. And the next item on our agenda this evening is Resolution 03-031022, reduction of classified services. And I'm trying to see who's speaking on that this evening.
Miss Victor is up there. She's all ready to go.
Ms. Victor, please. Sorry, I've got different screen arrangement tonight.
Quite all right, thank you. Good evening. So tonight I present you with a resolution for a reduction in force for our classified staff. This year, we increased hours for many of our classified staff members and increased some positions due to COVID and the return to in-person learning. AB 438, new this year, now requires that we lay off any of those additional hours or additional positions by March 15th. And so we come to you this evening and ask that you approve the resolution as presented.
Thank you, Ms. Victor. Trustees, were there any clarifying questions for Ms. Victor on this matter? Trustee Conley.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Vickyard, are we anticipating that we will be able to rehire for some of these positions?
So some of the positions that are included are simply an extra hour here or there that people had for this year. Some of the positions we do anticipate that we will rehire, and staff are well informed and they know not to get too anxious, and we will be making decisions and posting our positions for the upcoming year shortly.
Thank you. And then one other question. The noon duty assistance, for example, when I was looking at that, the number is like 4.967 something. So I'm assuming that that's made up of hourly components. It's not necessarily that almost 5 people are being cut, but it's hours that are being cut.
Correct. So all of our noon duties have an FTE percentage. Some are, 0.2, some are 0.5. When we combine all of the additional hours that were provided to our noon duties, that's what you see on our resolution, is the additional hours that are combined being laid off for our noon duties. Not that our noon duties are going, just those additional, just our additional
hours. Mm-hmm. And we had beefed up those hours in part dealing with COVID and trying to have kids more spread out and eating out and things like that. Okay, thank you, Ms. Vicky.
Absolutely.
Okay, if there's no other clarifying questions from trustees, I will open it up to members of the public. If there's any members of the public wishing to comment on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 if you have dialed in by phone. Okay, I see we have one member of the public who would like to speak on this item. So we'll allocate 3 minutes to Ms. Christy Welk, and please unmute yourself and share your thoughts with us.
Hi, I'm Christy, and I just wanted to speak on your classified staff. It sounds like your district's going to do everything that they can to keep as many of these people, and that's very good to hear. I know that classified staff includes nurses, custodians, instructional assistants, and at-risk supervisors, all who are just as important as teachers when it comes to students' time on campus. Nurses, students find comfort and support when they're injured or sick, And when there are no nurses, the responsibility falls on the office assistants who don't have the same training and are already overworked. The custodians they clean the school, which is very important, especially coming out of a pandemic, but they do even more than that. They often deliver materials to classrooms and help maintain facilities. Instructional assistants, their job is to help special ed students in the classroom, and that allows for more support for both special ed students and general ed students who share the same classroom. And at-risk supervisors work with families and build rapport with students, which lead to an overall improved academic performance and student retention rates. I'm happy to hear that these people are going to be notified by the 15th and that they've already been notified, so at least they aren't blindsided by this. But for the idea of losing any staff to save 1.5 million seems very trivial, especially when nurses and custodians are very needed, especially coming out of a pandemic, and losing instructional assistants and at-risk supervisors help our most vulnerable students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Wilk. Okay, trustees, are there additional comments that you would like to make on this item? And Trustee Conley.
Thank you, President Blakely. I'll try to be quick. I agree with our recent speaker in the sense that I think we all deeply value our classified staff, and the impact that they have on students in our community every day is tremendous. I hope we can do everything we can to rehire as many people as possible. I'm comforted by the knowledge that some of this is about hours being trimmed that maybe we can beef back up later, but not necessarily about laying off a whole person, because it's hard enough to hire when we need to hire. I think if we lose people overall, that's really challenging. And then this change in state law, teachers have experienced this for a long time. The March 15th notifications, I've been pink slipped 3 times as a teacher. And even when you know that your district is going to do everything they can to try and hire you back, it is still traumatic and stressful and can be a scary thing to go through. So I just want to let staff know that we empathize with them, and we're going to do our best to try and keep our people as our budget allows.
Thank you, Trustee Conley. I totally agree with everything you just said, and I'm confident our other colleagues do as well. Unless anybody else has something they'd like to say, may I have a motion?
I'll make the motion. Yes, and I also agree with Trustee Conley's comments. Thank you. I'd like to make a motion that we approve resolution 03-031022 as presented.
Okay.
Trustee Wheeler. I think I saw Trustee Wheeler say second.
Yeah, second.
Okay. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Okay, on a motion made by Trustee Berman and seconded by Trustee Wheeler, the motion that the Board of Trustees approve resolution 03-031022 as presented was approved unanimously. Thank you, everyone. So now we've completed item 8, review and action, and we'll move on to item 9, review and discussion. The first item there is the COVID update. And trustees, let me check in with you. Do we need to take a brief break now, or should we mush on and get through this item and then perhaps take a break between that item and the summer programming and extended learning item? If you don't care, I'd say let's mush on, but if people—
Yeah, I agree. Let's maybe check if we need a break after this item.
Okay, great. Thank you. So there are a lot of people watching our meeting this evening who are probably very interested in this item. And I believe Dr. Rudolf is the person responsible for presenting to us. Dr. Rudolf.
All right, sorry about that. So let me. One second, I'll pull this presentation up. All right, so we're going to talk about some updates that we are doing. I'm going to, out of the interest of time, we'll move through this as quickly as possible. I don't think we need to go through every single point, but I think what people really care about is sort of what comes next. So obviously our goal is to make sure that we can keep our students in class as much as possible. And I want to say, as I go over these recommendations, that's ultimately the goal, right? If wearing masks is what allows us to continue into the end of the year and not have any work stoppages, then ultimately I think all of us would agree that's the best decision. And so we want to make sure that safety drives a lot of our conversation. So, sorry, wrong way. So there's a couple of things that we're looking at: vaccination rates. We also think about California Department of Public Health talks about the different pieces of evidence that will help keep schools open: vaccinations, universal masking, targeted quarantine practice, and obviously access to a robust testing system. So this is sort of where we are right now. This information was pulled off of the website earlier this week, off the county's website. So it's part of the reason why we sort of delayed. We have definitely came down from the peak that we had earlier this month, and it is a lot larger than what we saw over a year ago. When we look at the case rates, what is interesting is that the cases by age group has actually increased for ages 19 and under. And we think a large part of that is because we are now having kids that have been exposed and who are in class. But when we look at the vaccination rates, right now the county is estimating that only 56.8% of all kids ages 5 to 11 are actually vaccinated, which actually mirrors what our vaccination rates are. Just want to show you a couple quick maps. I've showed these a couple of other times. You can pull these off of the county's website. But if we look at the case rate per 100,000 people residing in the census tract, you will see in the center part, Castro City, as well as part of heading over. This is sort of it's not the wagon wheel area, which is actually over here, but there's a part of the north side. And then there's also a part headed over towards Moffett. And then there's a couple other corners in Mountain View that are actually where we see more cases than others, which is completely different than areas like Los Altos or Palo Alto. And this large green track is actually, this is actually mainly green space. So it's not as high, not that many houses are over there. When we look at the cumulative COVID test rates, what we can see is that testing is also down in certain parts of our city, which is unlike other areas that are near us. Finally, when we look at a positivity rate, we can see that we do have, compared to some other areas, we do have sort of the center part of our city, which is experiencing a higher positivity rate per 100 tests in the county. And then finally, what we also see is just sort of what is the case rate amongst all individuals. And what you can see is that we've seen a sizable drop in terms of the positivity rate. So let's look at what our vaccination rates are. We have been pulling this information. I do want to remind people that, yes, we've been asking people to submit it, but there is nothing, as you see, our numbers are starting to increase. There is nothing to suggest that when someone updates information that we get an automatic trigger. Our nurses, Jonathan Thornton, have been doing an amazing job of actually logging in and checking student by student in order to get this done, which is why we're seeing some movement. But we still have some areas that are actually still pretty low. Castro, even though it has made sizable gains in the last couple of weeks, is still only at 30%. Graham is at 43%. So we have some schools that are lower, whereas Crittenden is definitely leading the way, along with Vermont, around 80% or higher. But this is really the most important piece of data that we're looking at. So what is the number of positive cases that we are seeing in our actual pool tests? This is updated from what we just pulled on the website because it takes us a couple of days to calculate the rate. And what you can see is that right before the break, about 9% of all pools were coming back positive. And then this last week, when we started making decisions about what comes next, we saw 3% of all pools were coming back positive. Now, what was interesting at this point, and one of the deciding factors that we had, was that what we weren't sure of was that drop attributed to the fact that we also sent at-home kits to families, and that families decided to keep their kids at home if they were displaying symptoms. And so we needed to see sort of us on a positive trend. And while it did increase a little bit, and we still have three, when I pulled this data, we still had 3 pools that were still outstanding. If those 3 pools would have came back positive, it would have brought us to about 4.3%. But that is a lot better than where we were at with 9 or 8%, and even at our highest at 32.52%. And this is a driving factor that's going to determine what comes next for our district. This as well as the vaccination data are the primary pieces of data that we are looking at to make sure that we're making an informed decision. So starting on March 15th, the county is moving in one direction, and we're going to take a little bit slower phased approach to make this happen. We have been one of the school districts that has had outdoor masking for quite some time. We also have been one of the school districts that has also had a higher case rate. I know often it is parents like to compare us to Los Altos, but I also want to remind people that we have more than 3 times the amount of students testing positive than what Los Altos does. And so we are just a different district altogether. And I think that's illustrated by the maps. But it doesn't mean that we can't make our march towards some safer measures. So we will, starting on the 15th, we will still ask that students remain masked indoors. We will do another update to the board on March 24th. And it really is contingent on positive pool data remaining low. We're really looking for 3 consecutive weeks of 9%. So we'll already have 2 weeks that are sort of in there. We obviously weren't sure about the first week. So we really want to make sure it's on the 24th, we'll announce what the next wave is. So for those who continue to push for us to move to strongly recommended, we'll let you know at the March 24th about what comes next. Outdoor masking will move to recommended, but it is no longer going to be required. We will continue outdoor lunch. We will remove the physical distance requirements during the lunch. And we also will remove the 15-minute outdoor mask limit being removed. And again, so just in terms of outdoor eating, we are going to encourage each site to continue to use additional spaces, both outside the cafeteria for seating. And we're going to keep our cleaning protocols exactly the same. For preschool, we are going to keep indoor masking as a requirement for staff and students. I just want to remind everybody that these students are not eligible for vaccination, nor are they included in the state's on-campus testing protocol. So we want to be mindful, while the case rates may be lower for 0 to 4, they still can transmit it. And we just want to take the most prudent approach for our youngest kids until they're eligible for actual vaccination, which none of them have become just yet. So events, this is a big change for us. So we are going to start allowing spectators at events, both outdoors and indoors. Outdoor spectators, we are strongly recommending that they wear masks. However, for indoors, we are mandating for spectators or for individuals coming to watch events, we are asking that they are masked in order to come indoors. Indoor student athletes do not have to wear the mask while they are playing, but they do need to wear the mask while they are sitting on the bench. And in terms of indoor performers, we're asking that they wear masks if the event is indoors. We do have at the middle schools 2 outdoor pavilions that can be used. And if they are indoors, we are also asking that they use bell covers for indoor events. So those are required. We are allowing field trips. We have been planning for some of these for quite some time. I know that Ms. Bauer and her team, as well as the principals, have been working on it. Transportation has been one of our issues if we use outside transportation. We will require that students will remain masked while traveling to and from events because it is close quarters. Volunteers will be allowed to chaperone. We consider these one-time volunteers. So parents and guardians must remain masked while around students. We are asking that you provide a proof of COVID vaccination in order to chaperone, and you do have to undergo the on-site Raptor screening system. And the only difference here is that the on-site Raptor system is normally what parents go through when they come to visit a site. That's not anything that is new, but the proof of COVID vaccination is something that we are requiring. And this is different from those individuals who are regular volunteers who are being issued the badges that allow them to come in and out at a faster rate because they're on campus. So there are two distinct types of volunteers now. There's a one-time volunteer, and then there's a volunteer that is there on a almost, every single week or multiple times during the week. We want to treat those a little bit differently. We want to make sure that there are different assurances for those. After school events, so we are listing after school campus restrictions. We are asking during this time as we transition that we continue to limit drop off and pickup. I want people to remember that we've been in a very closed environment. And so as we transition back, we want to make sure that everybody becomes comfortable. Our normal practice, which falls with Ed Code and Penal Code, is actually that campuses are open after 1 hour after dismissal. We understand that these are sprawling campuses. I know that people are using the campuses at different times. Even when I come out here, whether it's Theracall parents or Stevenson parents, there are often people on the fields after hours. We completely understand that. For the most part, we got to be mindful that we just have in some cases, some large students who are over there. But again, we want to make sure that people are just going back to their sort of normal things. Exceptions are for Beyond the Bell sports leagues programs. These are really defined areas that have defined use of times. For instance, we notice that if we have soccer practice on a field, we want to make sure that the soccer team has priority on the field while they are practicing. Same thing with track. While track team is on there, we want to make sure that we're not running with track athletes. So, I understand that our community isn't really used to kids being on campus after hours, and they're this is sort of a new phenomenon, but we are moving back to those events. And so we want to make sure that those things are taken care of. Playgrounds, I do want to remind everybody, we do have signs up, but playgrounds are not a part of our cleaning protocol. We have signs, and we have had signs that they remain at use at your own risk. So I just want to point that out, but they are allowed to be used. And then again, as we open up our campuses, after school, PTA school activities are also being permitted. If it does happen indoors, masking is strongly recommended unless it's indoors. But if it's outdoors, we're recommending that those after school activities are that people have masks. So volunteers, we are still maintaining that regular volunteers on campus must be vaccinated and follow indoor masking requirements. And you must have an MVW issued badge. Infrequent volunteers, field trips, single event volunteers, you simply get cleared through the Raptor system and provide a proof of vaccination on the day. Mitigation strategy, physical barriers. So these will remain optional based off of the class. There are some teachers that may want them up. There are other teachers that may ask them down. Front office and library barriers will remain in place until the end of the year. So just want to point that out. And then at the end of the year, we will start to revisit those approaches. Testing will remain the same. One of the things I just want to remind parents and the community is that testing and our positivity rate and our vaccination rates are all the balance that we have. Right now, we have 94% of our students who are still in the testing program. If we start to see a drop in that, then we have to sort of rethink our approach. So we really, even though we don't have 90% of our students vaccinated, that is one of the reasons why we're able to start moving some of our restrictions back. So if we start seeing parents opting out of our testing system or choosing not to get tested, it will sort of erode our confidence that most of our kids are not experiencing COVID. So as and I just want to remind people, like, one of the reasons why we had this, especially at the middle schools, is because so many kids were mixing. and it's really hard to do contact tracing. And as we pull outdoor masking off, we need to make sure that we're certain that we're not seeing an increase in the number of positive cases. And the only way we can maintain assurances about that is to make sure that we stay around that 94% students. You can always opt in, but we're hoping that you do not opt out, because that is part of the data that we're using to determine about what comes next on the 24th. Just a couple of considerations. Sorry, my screen is frozen here. So we are, over the next coming weeks, we're going to facilitate discussions about being okay to wear or not wear masks. I would just say, I don't want to have DeSantis moments. I know we all are on different political spectrums, but this isn't our collective goal should really be about what is it going to take in order to keep our schools open, our teachers and our students safe. It should not be about where we stand on political ideology. And I was embarrassed for DeSantis to watch him say that. Regardless of whether our political beliefs are that way, it was clear that we saw students that were uncomfortable. And so we want to do a lot of sort of work and sort of foster a lot of empathy for students that choose to wear their masks and our students who choose not to wear their masks. We do not want any of our kids to feel uncomfortable about it. So I just want to point that out. So we are going to do some work. We've heard a lot of stories about this up and down the peninsula, about school districts that are really struggling with this. And so as we transition and start to prepare for the possibility of having masks strongly recommended for indoors, we really do want to make sure that we're in a position where everybody feels safe and comfortable, regardless of where you stand on the political spectrum. I think what we say to each other as adults is different than what we need to say to kids. And we just need to be mindful that this shouldn't be an opportunity where kids can bully each other because some kid chose to wear a mask or chose not to wear a mask. So I just really want to highlight that. Our mitigation strategies are developed through our data. We will continue to watch that information. We just got this data, the new data in for this week, so we will keep tracking it. We really hope that we can stay around the 3%. So that way on the 24th, we can announce some other changes. I do want to point out that in the event that we need to reinstitute universal masking indoors and outdoors, we will, but we are sort of keeping that as a consideration. In the event, and I just want to point this out for next steps, in the event that we do move to strongly recommended for indoor masking, I believe that it's important for teachers to have the ability to feel safe. We actually had teachers last year and staff members when we went to in-person who said that they were so uncomfortable that they chose that this wasn't a profession for them. I think it's really important. It's really hard. I know we hear all this conversation about how hard teachers are. It's an extra stressor. Me personally, I had 180 different students when I taught. The last thing I would have wanted is to bring something home. I think that's something that we all should be mindful of. And so if we do move to strongly recommended, teachers will still have the ability to require students to wear a mask during their class. I'm asking that as we get closer to that moment, that teachers and principals will have that conversation. I know the principals already went over this information, but we just need to be mindful that not everybody's going to be at the same comfort level. Not everyone is vaccinated. And just like and I know that it seems, that we're in a place where we have, we don't want kids to feel sort of bullied or anything. I think all of us would agree that we really need to have the teacher in the classroom with the kids. And if that's what it takes in order for us to get there, to make it to the end of the year, I think that's where we need to be. So I just want to put that one out there. I don't want any surprises. I know I'll talk about this in class, but I do think that there's a personal level that we don't have to deal with. I don't have 24 kids who are sitting in front of me at any given moment and wondering about their vaccination status. And as the county or California Department of Public Health states, and I know that people have asked these questions, every local education agency or LEA does reserve the right to be a little bit more restrictive than state and county guidance. And our district covert testing rates are our leading indicator. And I know a couple of questions have come up about why can't we have different rules for different schools? It's because the California Department of Education has been very clear that we have to be uniform in sort of our approach, and we can't carve out different exceptions for different groups. So all of our schools, they all have different students that come in, they all have different vaccination rates, but we need to have a uniform policy across our district, which is why we do not say, well, Castro gets this and Amai gets this and Graham gets this and Crittenden gets that. We need a uniform approach. So right now, first step is outdoor masking ends next week. We also will allow events, spectators, and everything else. And we will, on the 24th, I will provide another update to tell you where we are when it comes to indoor masking.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. A lot of information to take in. Trustees, any clarifying questions for Dr. Rudolph? Trustee Berman, and then Trustee Chang, and then Trustee Conley.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. I have a couple of questions. So will the guidelines for end of year promotions be the same as those listed for concerts and plays and sports?
Yeah, so we actually have started talking about them. If it was to occur tomorrow, then it would be, so if we did our 8th grade promotion ceremonies or matriculation ceremonies, everyone would be required to wear a mask indoors. We would have the event, but it would be indoors. And then, I know in some instances you may have a band or a choir, we have special masks and bell covers. They would have those. If it was outdoors, if it was a celebration or something else, then those masking requirements would be sort of an optional approach. Each school is starting to work on what their plan of action will look like. The final determination will really be based off of where we are at that particular time. So it is likely and highly possible that we will have an in-person mask recommended event at the end of the year, but it is also possible that we may have an indoor masked event at the end of the year, and it will be based off of what the data is, not only in the county, but also in the community.
Thank you. Can you also review with us what the protocol is for students that are currently not in the pool testing if there's a positive pool test? So I know not all students are signed up to be part of the pool test. So can you just review that very quickly?
Yep, and Tara, if I get it wrong, you can always jump in. So any student that is not needs to go out and actually get now they allow at-home tests, but they need to go get a COVID test and provide proof. And then it also depends on what their symptoms are that determines whether or not they have to quarantine. And I do want to point out that if a student doesn't have 3 vaccinations, so if they're eligible or so vaccination to be considered fully vaccinated now, you must have the 2 shots plus the booster. So that also determines what actually occurs in terms of the quarantining protocols. But if you're not in the testing pool, as soon as we get notification, we ask that you leave campus and bring proof of testing back on day 1, which is the following day.
Okay, and I think just one more quick one, and I want to give other trustees an opportunity. So for our volunteers that are frequent volunteers, just really, really thankful to all those parents who come in and help with programs that are really helpful to our students. I have a concern that the expense of the live scan is beyond the reach of some of our families. Can we be explicit about or how that can be covered for our families, or can you maybe just talk about how we can support our families so that it isn't a barrier for them to come and participate in the classroom, because that's exactly what we want to happen.
Yep, we've talked about this several times. So in the event that someone has a financial situation that prevents them from actually going through the process, they just need to talk with the site principal, and we have a process that will allow us to cover the cost for them.
Thank you.
Trustee Chain.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rudolf, for excellent presentation. The Tuesday, March 15th, the kind of rolling out of this outdoor optional masking. Does that mean have students that talk about empathy and respecting everyone's choices? Has that begun already, or is that going to happen today and Monday, or what's the rollout for that?
So we will start rolling that out next week and having conversations. This information was just given to, so it came out to trustees Tuesday. It was given to principals Tuesday. I believe that principals talked about it on Wednesday. And then obviously the public is hearing about it today. But our goal is to have, I know both Director Jimbo as well as Director Henderson have been working on just activities and assignments that people can use. And I believe that all of our principals plan on covering it also. So our goal is to sort of have conversations over the coming weeks. And I think the big push is not so much about outdoor masking, but it's more about the indoor masking and what that looks like. But you should, if there are probably a couple principals who will start having the conversations tomorrow, but you will definitely hear more conversations about it next week.
Last question about them. You mentioned that district staff are working hard about the field trips. Are there any kind of the landmark trips that are kind of like looking like we got them and we're a go, or is it still too early to say on some of the big trips that we historically take?
I know Ms. Bauer and her team are working on that, so why don't I defer to her? I know we had talked about this, and I told her that to expect this as a question, so I think she can give a more informed update than I could. So let me kick it over to her real quick.
Yep, sure. So unfortunately, landmark trips, Walden West and Nature Bridge are not happening this year. We were not in a place to schedule those. And Nature Bridge actually wasn't able, with all the COVID restrictions, wasn't able to accommodate us this year. So we are in the stages of planning for next year. Happy to report we did start with our 4th and 5th grade environmental field trips. And Huff has actually gone on field trips already. And all of the principals I heard from 6 schools today, all got buses scheduled and all have trips planning to come up over the course of the next couple of months. So slowly getting back to normal.
And I just want to point out, Ms. Bauer, her team actually sort of predicted that this opportunity may come, and they started working probably around November to try and get people set up for this possibility and try to make these things happen. So, we are all keeping our fingers crossed that we will reach this point. So we're getting closer to back to normal. And we are just, Yosemite is underway, is being planned for also.
Excellent. Trustee Conley, you were next.
Thank you, President Blakely. So I have a couple of questions. One, we've heard from a lot of community members, and I really feel this as well. A lot of our relationships as parents in supporting the schools and our children and building relationships with each other happen through both, some of those things happen through formal events and formal things, but a lot of that happens informally. I mean, I would still say that my best friends today are people that I talked to hanging out after school when my child was in kindergarten. And so I know that getting back to a point where after school, when children are dismissed, we do have our after school programs going on, and maybe those kids are using the playground and everybody has to clear off the playground for a little bit for them to have that solely to themselves. But the rest of the space, there are people hanging out after school, talking to teachers, hanging out, talking to parents. The same with sort of arrivals, when you can talk to other people while you're waiting in line with your kid on the blacktop. Is that something that we can anticipate opening up at that second date that you noted around the 24th? Is that one of the things that's up for consideration then?
It is one of the things, and I tell people this all the time. So I learned this from my therapist. So she said, I don't have hair, so just bear with me. So I'm assuming that what she's told me is correct. But she said, if you ever want to go from a brunette to a blonde, that the way you do it is that you don't just decide tomorrow that you're going to dye all your hair blonde. I'm assuming dyeing is what the terminology, or bleaching or whatever. So you don't dye your hair blonde. You gradually change the color so that you can adjust and become more comfortable with it. And then eventually make your way to, I think I said platinum blonde or something. I gave some color and nobody knew exactly what I was talking about. So I'm assuming that's not really the right type of blonde, but I think this is the exact same approach, right? Let's gradually get ourselves back to normal and sort of get everyone comfortable to the fact that, you know, we're in a different environment. And that's exactly where we're headed. So on the 24th, as long as data stays where it is and we continue to be safe, then I think that we will be back to some of those things that we traditionally saw with people walking on and off campus. You know, we will have to work out the logistics, because one of the things that we do want to be mindful of is that normally what would happen when kids would be dropped off by the parents would sort of sit there for a little bit, especially the kinders, and sort of hang out. And we just have to be mindful that we don't necessarily know the vaccination rates of every single person. And I know that, you know, I'm not trying to be overly cautious, but I also want to make sure that we're protecting our kids as much as possible. And I think, I know when I spoke with teachers about this, some of the teachers said like they see a lot more independence in the kinders than what they've ever had, because they're so used to it. And so it may be more of a comfort for us than it is for them, but it is definitely something that we will take in the next wave of considerations as we move towards whatever comes next. And I think even if we were to keep masking indoors, I think there are still a couple of things that we can adjust over time that will allow some of these things to sort of be a little bit closer to normal. Knowing that I don't know if there's technically a normal anymore. I think we're sort of in the new normal, but yes, it is definitely something that we will take into consideration, because ultimately we want the exact same thing, right? We want parents to be engaged. We want them to be part of the vibrant community. I know that every school, every principal has said the exact same thing, that, you know, there were parents who volunteered and who helped, even if it was just in the office, that really helped to make a difference and make life a little bit easier. And I think all of our schools are, you know, they're appreciative of the fact that we've been very cautious and that we've kept it as safe of an environment as also, but they also are feeling the hurt from not having those types of interactions. So it is definitely within the next round of considerations, and I'll be bringing that back on the 24th.
Yeah, I think we really want to try and weave that tapestry of community relationships back together this year. I'm hoping. And on that kind of a similar note, you know, I try to attend the monthly Mountain View Wisman School District PTA President's meeting. And so something that was being discussed there was, you know, a lot of PTAs rely on one event a year to be their big fundraiser, which might be their walkathon. And trying to have the walkathon start an hour after school has ended is really challenging in terms of getting volunteers and then also getting kids and participants to be able to stay on campus. Is there a one-time exception we can make now to allow those events to happen so that, you know, like on a Friday afternoon, schools can have their walkathons, especially since we know that transmission rates outdoors are almost negligible?
Well, we would consider those one-time events, right? And so those parents that will come on are also considered one-time volunteers. I think the thing that we're talking about the most is that sometimes what you see are groups of parents that will camp out, and you have dogs that show, like, you know, I think it's the Stevenson Park has now become sort of a de facto dog park. I think I saw 20 over there yesterday when I did my afternoon walk. And I think those are the types of things that we're really concerned about. But these one-time events, one of the things I stated earlier, I know I flew through it fast, but I'm trying to be mindful of time. But one of the things I just pointed out is like after school activities, PTA events are allowed. So if a walkathon or something occurred, we would consider that a one-time event. The only thing that I've told the principals is that we do not want families to feel pressured that they have to attend. So we just need to be mindful of that. But yes, PTAs could do that, and they wouldn't have to wait the hour after. But every volunteer that comes on the campus during the school day would need to provide proof of vaccination. And that's because those individuals are normally the individuals who are normally setting up for that one-time event. And because they normally do that, the setup occurs during the day, they are the ones that need to provide proof of vaccination. And then if someone doesn't want to provide proof of vaccination or go through the Raptor system, then they just need to wait until the event starts after hours. So like, in the case of the walkathon, if it started at 2 and the school day at elementary school X ended at 2:30, and a parent's like, well, I don't want to show a COVID card, or I'm not vaccinated, and I don't want to have to go to the Raptor system, they just need to wait till after 2:30 for that one-time event.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm going to reiterate what Trustee Berman was asking about around the information for fingerprinting for volunteers who are regular volunteers. I know we've said that, talk to your principals if it's a hardship to pay for it, and the principals have discretionary budget to be able to cover that. Can we just outright say that if you qualify for free and reduced price lunch, we will pay for your fingerprinting? Is that it seems like that's what we're implying, but we haven't outright said that.
I think it's implied that, but I don't know if, I don't think we've ever thought about the legalities of saying that a family, a family whose child qualifies for free and reduced lunch, that their parents, right? Because oftentimes we don't think about the issues with the parents. But I think we all know if a family has a particular need based off of the history. Our SCAPs, as well as our at-risk coordinators and the team sort of know, and the principals know. So I don't know if you need to say that, but I don't know if that's actually an impediment.
I think a lot of the confusion we're hearing comes from parents being unclear about who gets their fingerprinting paid for. So, I've heard from affluent families who are upset that it costs so much and want it to be paid for. And then I feel I'm worried that we're going to lose our volunteers who are low income. But I understand if there may be legal implications about how we define that.
I can only speak from my own personal background, right? So I'm just thinking about what would happen if my mom was in this position. I'm trying to argue what financial position anybody's in, but I think either the school would know that, because in Cincinnati, they have what's called a book fee. I didn't have to pay book fees. I got waivers for everything because of how we qualified. The school knew. And so if my mom had the ability to volunteer, it would have been handled. I do not believe that this is an impediment, and I have yet to hear that it's an actual impediment. I think the real impediment is some schools may have an overabundance of individuals who are able to volunteer, and other schools have families that are not in the same position to volunteer. But I've yet to hear that a family is having trouble to pay for it, but I will check back with the principals at our next meeting just to touch base. And I know my phone's been buzzing, so I'm assuming somebody else is going to be checking in with them also.
Okay, and that Trustee Blakely, I see your hand is Berman, your hand is popping up. I'm going to wrap up. I'll be faster. Is it possible, I know when we come back on the 24th, we're looking at that positivity rate within our own school community and our pool testing. But But we also need to take into account things like the background vaccination rate of the different census tracts, which is pretty high. I mean, our lowest census tract, 77% of people 5 and over are vaccinated, even in the lowest vaccinated census tract. We need to take into account case rates in the county. I've been reading a lot of articles and research about this, and there's an epidemiologist out of UC Berkeley who is quoted in almost every single article, Dr. Schwartzberg, who suggested a threshold of less than 35 COVID cases a week for every 100,000 residents as a metric for lifting indoor mask mandates in schools. I know that's different than CDPH. Are we looking at having some sort of hard metrics? So not just us in our board discussions, but members of the public know when we've passed and met that threshold?
Yeah, well, look, is the percent of positive pools that we're looking at. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to keep it under 9%. And so that is sort of where we're sitting. And I know people are like, well, you have 2 weeks already. The first week, we weren't really sure because we sent so many at-home tests. And we know from anecdotal records that there were families that kept their kids out as a result of having a take-home test. As we get closer to spring break, we will not have that as an opportunity, right? And so we're hoping that people sign up for the USPS ones, the second wave, but we won't be able to send out the test. And so what we're looking for is the 3%. We want to make sure that stays relatively low. And because 94% of our students have actually opted in for testing, that is our best metric to see what community spread is. And then obviously the follow-up, which is the rapid antigen testing, like watching those two numbers, how many actual people test positive after the pool test, those are the biggest metrics that we're looking for. So that positivity rate is what is our leading indicator.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'd rather see the positivity rate on the rapid antigen test the day after than the pool testing rates, because the pool testing, there can be false positives, and we have seen false positives in the pool testing this year. So if that data could come back the next time, like explicitly called out, is that it's separate from the pool testing, that would be great.
The challenge is like we have somebody pulling this information by hand. And so the rapid test, the rapid test actually is in a different system. And I think that's also part of it. We get the pool testing back. We can look at the number of cases that we have and sort of make a determination what our 7-day average is. But when I looked at our 7-day average, it was really low, which sort of looks at, but let's see what we can do in terms of data and then bring that back. But again, the leading indicator that we want to see is what does that positive pool look like?
And earlier you said two things that I just wanted to clarify. One was that fully vaccinated is having 3 shots and not just 2. But I'm assuming for our students who are 5 to 11 who can't get a booster, we're considering 2 shots fully vaccinated for them when we're doing our vaccination rates online?
Correct.
Okay, and then it sounded like when you were talking about the eventual move, whenever it happens, transitioning to strongly recommending masking indoors. I'll note that the county has asked us to very specifically not say optional, but strongly recommended masking indoors. That teachers would have discretion over whether or not their class was masked, which is the opposite of a uniform policy for our school sites and district. So I'm a little confused by that. I don't know if you can clarify that.
I think the comfort level from teacher to teacher is a little bit different. And I think if, again, we're trying to balance a way that how do we make sure that we have staff that are comfortable and that we have the opportunity for kids to take their mask on and off. And I think when we heard Mr. Decker talk earlier today, I think he said 35% of teachers were fine with it being masked, optional, strongly recommended indoors. But that doesn't reflect every single person. I think we'll know more once we get a little bit closer to that inevitability. But I think what we're trying to do is err on the side of caution to make sure that everyone feels comfortable and that we can remain open. So right now, that's the strategy that we're employing, that we're going to provide teachers with the ability to choose, similar to what we did with the desk shields. I would just say, we know that we have some vocal opponents on both sides that would create some interesting times for our teachers. And I think since everybody keeps reminding us about the amount of stress that teachers have, taking this one off, that a parent can come onto a campus and, say, this is what I believe, and therefore you must do, puts us in a very awkward position. And I think, if I had to choose between Eli's teacher saying, I want you to be masked, or it being optional, I would trust that the teacher's making an informed decision from there. So that's sort of where we are. And I think our goal is to keep our doors open and make sure that kids aren't getting divided out.
I worry a little bit that puts the teachers in the hot spot and like the direct firing range for this. Our job as elected officials is to take the hit on policy and making decisions like that. And so it's going to make them a target in a way that they haven't been yet. I'm not sure. We'll discuss it further, I'm sure. Trustee Blakely Berman had a question.
And then I would
Sure,
like
I
to
guess-
speak as well.
Okay. So I don't know if it's sort of combination comment question, I guess. So my thoughts were around—
If it's a comment, let's save it for later. If it's a question, go ahead and ask it now.
I think it's a question, but okay, I'm going to ask it. So I feel like that, this was back when Trustee Conley was just piggybacking on my comments about the fee for fingerprinting. So my feeling is that we should offer to cover, in all honesty, I feel like we should cover the expenses of fingerprinting for volunteers that want to come regularly and support our classrooms. That I have a hunch that a lot of our volunteers would opt to cover that themselves. So I don't know if that's something that as a board we'd have to sort of uniformly sort of agree to. And it just made me wonder if we ended up going that route, if there's a possibility on these forms that I think about the family that constantly needs to say, I do need support to pay for this. And there's something, about things, there being some sort of anonymity that sort of like honors the integrity of every family without having to say that out loud. So I think about, a form where there's a box, here, check here if Mountain View Wisman School District will cover this, check here if you would like to, support our schools, whatever it is, you will take that expense on yourself. So something that keeps it more anonymous. I don't know what sort of expense that would look like for our district if we were to offer to cover 100% of live scan, fingerprinting for our parents. Like I said, I think many of them would probably end up paying it for themselves, but just the fact that we don't force individuals to come out and say it, I think is worth a lot.
Trustee Berman, I think we're a hammer looking for a nail in this instance.
Okay.
And I've yet to hear a school site come back and say that this is really a burden. And I think we're all sensitive to the needs of those individuals who want to volunteer and who do not have the means. But I know that that we want to be mindful. But this isn't a fee that hasn't been around before. Whether or not a school site is enforced it is something completely different. Okay. But I just feel like I think it appears that it may be an impediment. I actually don't think it's as big of an impediment. And I've yet to hear that from any areas. And I know Director Chang would clearly come into my office during his check-in and say, this really is an issue that we have to address. And no one has walked in, and we haven't heard it from any principals, but we'll do another double check to sort of see. But we've been pretty good about making sure that our families get the services that they need and that we do it in a very discreet way. And I think the families that are in need have very strong connections with our schools, the principals, the SCAFs, and the at-risk coordinators, as well as, other services that we have. And so I know it seems like it may be an impediment, but I think those relationships are what really drive the conversation. And I think our families are really comfortable in that regard. So I know we want to come out and say it, and we've done a lot of things over the years, over this year and the past year to make sure that we provide these resources to every single person. I just, I don't, and my phone's like vibrating, so maybe I'm about to see something different.
But as long as you have, everyone has it on their radar, and we're just checking on it.
I can assure you that it has been discussed ad nauseum, and everybody has it on the radar to make sure that this does not stop a family or a parent from volunteering in the district, or a senior citizen or someone else that just wants to come in and volunteer. It is not an impediment whatsoever, and we would never allow that to be the reason why a family can't come in.
Great. Thank you so much.
Trustee Wheeler, before I ask my question, did you have any clarifying questions?
I'm fine.
Okay, thank you. Well, the question I had was a little different than the ones we've touched on this slide about events, concerts, plays, sporting events. We've got indoor student athletes have to wear masks while on the bench, but not during play, while indoor performers have to wear a mask the whole time, and bell covers and such. And I'm just wondering why the discrepancy in the ways that these two classes of students are treated. I would think if there's a play while the kids are on stage performing, they could take the mask off, and then, when they're backstage, they have them on. Or when the strings are playing, the band has their masks on. But just a question.
Unfortunately, I would say that I think CDE, California Department of Public Health, has always treated sports and performing arts a little differently. And I think one of the things that we're thinking about is when someone is singing, someone is using an instrument, that they are actually forward facing towards the crowd, versus when you're playing. And you got to think, like, the only real game that we're talking about, I think girls basketball is going on right now, maybe volleyball, but those students aren't necessarily interacting with the crowd or forward facing the crowd. They're facing each other, and those students are already going through a testing protocol. And I know it right, like, we've been looking over the research about projectiles and instruments and everything else and trying to figure out what's the best solution. I don't think that is perfect. And I know I've publicly said, like, I don't agree that sports has been treated differently than performing arts. But I think we're just trying to find a way, if they want to do it indoors, how can we do it indoors? And what are the considerations that we have to have? And that's just one of those ones that we sort of figured, because you can have more kids who are in the choir than what you would have for the 10 kids that are on a basketball court. That's really the only way that we sort of looked at it. And that's sort of been the mentality is how we do it. We encourage them to go outdoors, especially now that the temperature's getting better. But, if they want to do indoors, we want to allow that.
Well, thank you. I'm glad we're allowing it. And I'm hopeful that the numbers will keep going down and we can relax the requirements further in the coming weeks and months. So, Trustee Chang, one more quick question, and then I'm going to open it up to members of the public. I think there's 120 people here who've been waiting patiently, some of whom may want to comment on this.
This is a brief question. Dr. Rudolf, has the staff begin looking at what would be we have this metric for, 3 weeks of 9% to consider for the students who want to unmask indoors. Do we have the opposite of a rate that would reinstitute masking? So have we looked at the retrigger rate for, like, so that we, is there a percentage where we will then automatically, so the community can know that this is the place that once we reach, we start everyone has to put their mask back on?
Yeah, or we're sort of using that 9% sort of level in terms 9 to 10%. We're talking about 400 kids test positive or possibly positive. Like, that's when we think about the percent of students that you know, within a pool, around 400. So we're trying to use that as our metric to sort of say like what's sort of the tipping point. I think, you know, in an ideal world, 3% will be the trigger point because you're talking about 120, 150 something kids. But that 9% is sort of anywhere close to that is where we would start to consider the possibility of needing a mask.
Are we, given that like some of these spikes have been such short periods of time, you know, it's just like, you know, you look at it was January and part of February. Are we looking at that 9% could be nimble enough where it's like maybe after a certain holiday break or a certain spike, we put it on and maybe like 2 weeks later we can take it back off?
Yeah. I think once we get into this realm, then it's just really about tracking the data. We also want to see consistent numbers. So like if so spring break is coming up, right? So we just have, you know, February break, we have spring break. If we saw a spike right after spring break, we would watch the next week to make another determination before we just immediately jump. I don't want to jump from week to week. What we saw in January after Christmas break was, as you see from the numbers, like it completely shot up to 35%. And then it stayed in the upper 20s or the 20s for multiple weeks. And that sort of is what sort of, you know, drives that thought process of like, okay, we're definitely here. But I think it would take consecutive weeks of around that 9% before we would, you know, go outdoor masking. And then or, you know, if we're at the point where indoor masking is optional, multiple weeks would trigger definitely move to that. But what we would do is in the first week, we would say we're seeing an increase. We're a little concerned. We're encouraging everybody to mask up. If the next week, you know, that occurred again, then we would say, look, you know, we have to move. We need to move to indoor masking. So we'll try to give people warnings is where we're sort of headed. That's a little bit more nimbler than where we are right now.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolf. Now I'm going to open it up for comments from community members. If there are any community members who would like to comment on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone if you've dialed in. I'm seeing a few hands pop up. We'll wait another moment to see if there are others before we allocate time. Okay, I see 5 hands raised. So I'm going to close the comment. Like anybody who doesn't have their hand up now, if they had other comments, they could email them to us at trustees@mvwsd.org. And I'm going to say the order how I saw the hands pop up. The first, and I'll we've got 10 minutes and 5 hands. So each of you will have 2 minutes to speak. And first we'll have Nung Lu, then Nadia Togasaki, Leanne Rapella, Donna, and Kathy Sheck. So Nung Lu, will you please unmute yourself and share your ideas with us? Thank you.
Hi, thank you. I have a questions regarding the volunteering. I know there are 2 ways to sounds like there are 2 ways to volunteer. One is regular volunteer and one is the one-time Raptor. Can you clarify what is the registration process? Because recently I just finished going through the Raptor process for Impact Reader Stevenson. So I know it's like a tedious project. You gotta get your TP, your fingerprint, and so like the Raptor, it requires an ATI. But then Dr. Rudolf mentioned one-time Raptor volunteer. That's kind of confusing to me because it's like, does it mean it needs an ATI, which then require fingerprinting? So can you please clarify like what needs to be done for one-time volunteering process? Is it just as simple as scanning your driver license and going through, or do you need to like input something in the system, and if that takes time?
Thank you, Ms. Lu, for your comment. At this time, we're only allowed to listen to comments and the trustees cannot respond, but I trust that Dr. Rudolf will probably provide more information in this regard, probably by email, also at the community check-in tomorrow. You can ask your question there and then he'll respond very thoroughly, as he always does, but we do appreciate you raising the lack of clarity about that procedure. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Togasaki, please unmute yourself and share your ideas.
Hi, this is actually John, Nadia's husband. I wasn't able to change the name on the thing.
No problem.
So just wanted to make a couple questions. One was about the 9% positivity rate. So I believe, it was confusing. It's because 9% positivity is pretty high, but I think it's 9% of the pool tests are positive, right? So like if there's 10 pool tests or 100 pool tests and 9 pool tests are positive, then that's a 9% positivity rate rather than 9% of the people are positive. But in any case, with a 9% positivity rate, if there's 19 classrooms, that means 2 people are positive on average per pool test. And with nobody masked indoors, that doesn't seem very safe to me. Having 50%, or at least at my daughter's school, 50% of the students unvaccinated with 2 positive cases in the school, that sounds like an accident waiting to happen. Also, after the breaks, Dr. Rudolf was saying we would wait, if we had a spike, we would wait an additional week to before we did anything. Well, the way Omicron happened, if we did that, it would be a disaster. We wouldn't have school. We'd have to shut everything down. Let's see. One other question was, since students who test positive are not supposed to test in the pool for 3 months, those people wouldn't be counted. So like with Omicron, like none of those people are being counted right now, I believe. And so if they test positive in home tests, do they count toward the pool tests? And one other thing was pushing the teachers, or as far as the masking goes, pushing the decision down to the teachers is a mistake. At our business, we're continuing to require masks indoors, and we're getting massive lashback from customers, even though they only are required to mask for about 5 minutes. And so putting it on the teachers, I think, is adding a great deal of stress to them. Okay, I guess that's all the time I have, so thank you.
Thank you. And again, I would encourage you to check in with the community check-in for responses to specific questions, but we appreciate hearing them. Okay, Ms. Rapella, please unmute yourself and you have 2 minutes.
Okay, hello, good evening. I didn't hear any mention about a limit for audience members for concerts and plays. So I just wanted to mention that. I don't think I heard any mention if there was a limit or for audience members. And being someone with a pretty significant health issue regarding the masks, I would not want to make that decision. I feel like there would be a lot of pushback and non-compliance, and I would feel like I would be the target of negativity related to that. So I would probably wear an N95 mask myself and not want to make that decision. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, Donna, please unmute yourself and share your comments with us.
Hi, I have emailed you about the COVID safety policy regarding some close contact inconsistency, and I haven't heard back. The latest is I think the testing requirement for close contact on day 0 should be applicable for all students, regardless of their pool testing participation. So the problem I have is the pool testing students allowed to take a rapid antigen test, and then if they turn negative, they can return to class, while the long pool students, when I offered to take the test for my long pool student on site immediately, and it was rejected because it has to be day 1. So in terms of safety, it seems arbitrary that day 0 and day 1, the testing requirement. I was hoping that the district may reconsider that policy. I assume that was initially it's a little bit outdated because before we have to rely on PCR tests, but now rapid antigen test is widely available and is accepted by the school. So I would like the district to follow up on that particular district policy. And I have a second comment about the outdoor masking. I guess I'm not quite understanding. I guess I'm not clear. The 9% positivity rate, is it for indoor, for outdoor, or for both? As far as I can tell, the high school has no outdoor masking requirements in the last fall. And from what I can gather, there's no outbreaks. And like Trustee Conley mentioned that outdoor transmission is pretty non-existent. So I think we would.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. We appreciate your comments. I'm sorry that we hit the time limit, but if you have additional comments, please do email us. I'm sorry that you did not receive a response yet to your prior email, but we'll make sure that somebody gets back with you. Thank you. Okay, and now we have Kathy Scheck. Please unmute yourself and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, so yes, I'm the lead for Project Cornerstone at my school, and I really appreciated the district and the school for all the hard work in helping our parent volunteers get approved to be on campus. The feedback, having done Project Cornerstone, has been greatly received by the teachers and the students, and also the parents having the opportunity to be in the class, so thank you. I really appreciated the comments and the concerns by Trustee Berman and Trustee Connolly regarding the impediment of the fees. If you didn't know, at least if you go to UPS for the live scan, that including the government fee, the total fee is $74. And that is really steep. I've had conversations with our volunteers when we talked about it, and the shock at the high costs involved with the fingerprinting and the background. And while Superintendent Rudolf has mentioned that the requirement has always been in place, while that might be the case, the reality is really that it hasn't been. And so this is all news to us. I've been at the school for a couple years now. And so in kindergarten, I was volunteering on a weekly basis and I didn't have to do any of this. I appreciate the security around it. And so I have no problem in doing it, but I don't want the fees to hold people back, hold families from being able to volunteer in the classroom. And I think it is awkward to have to go to the principal and have this conversation that, hey, I can't afford this fee. And so I really like the suggestion that Trustee Berman had about, having a form and that you check off if you want to cover the fee yourself or have the district cover it. Because for those of us who can afford it, we will do it. But any way to avoid these awkward conversations, I would greatly support that. And also just with them having the teachers make the decision about masking, please don't do that to them. They already have enough on their plate. So thank you for the time.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Scheck. Okay, trustees, I want to open it back. Here we are. Want to open it back up for additional comments on the presentation that not repeats. We're running on into the evening. So if you have new comments you'd like to make, please let us know. Chrissy, we're moving your hand. Trustee Chang.
Thank you. And I think it's useful. I mean, I know this is just a discussion item, but I think it's useful for our colleagues to kind of let the board know, let the district know where they are on their support for recommendations. And I'll say I fully support and I actually really, really admire and grateful for the plans that our district is putting out now on this issue where right now we're following the best science and we're threading the needle on this is really a policy issue where half the community is split pretty half-half. And I share the concern that was brought up by earlier trustees about the teacher option there. That's the only part of the presentation that I've paused. I fully support everything else that Dr. Rudolf has presented and I'm grateful for what they've prepared. On that note, I think that I do believe that for whether it be teachers who have particular health concerns or even students, if we, when the time comes when mask indoors is becoming a recommended option and people have the option to not, I do believe that for teachers and those vulnerable individuals, N95 mask And for children, their equivalents, KF94s or KF95, like KN95s, I think that I really believe that that is a really powerful individual intervention tool. And I think that we as a district can be more vocal on communicating to those particular cases. So when we go to the place where if there are families who are uncomfortable with the fact that some people around them are unmasked, I think whether it be educating them on the effectiveness of high efficiency masks for themselves, or we providing that to those teachers or students, I think is a really scientifically backed way to provide both safety to people who need it, but also provide the option and freedom to families. So thank you, Dr. Rudolf, for your plan.
Thank you, Trustee Chang. Any additional comments? Trustee Berman?
So first of all, it's been just an enormous undertaking, the layers of mitigation strategies to keep our students in the classroom, keeping our community safe, keeping our teachers safe, and just the amount of work and effort that has gone into that. We received so many emails from parents just acknowledging, praising our district in terms of the layering approach and how effective it has been. And so I just want to thank Dr. Rudolf and your team, Dr. Rudolf, for putting all of this in place and keeping our students in their classrooms and in the community safe. And it's nice to sort of see this light at the end of this very long dark tunnel. So I am in full support of everything that's been laid out. We sort of see it as like, we're sort of dipping our toes in the water and kind of going in slowly instead of just jumping in. So I think that this is a transition for us. And I think it's great to move into, removing the masks outdoors because we know that that's safe, and then keeping them in the classroom until we can sort of track our data a little bit further. As Trustee Chang just also mentioned, and Trustee Conley, I'm concerned about, putting this on the teachers as well. I think as a board, we need to follow the science and stick to a metric, and then have conversations from there. And I think that's my final comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Berman. Trustee Conley.
Thank you, President Blakely. So during my one-on-one with Dr. Rudolph last week, I just had a whole lot of thoughts and questions about everything. Something that I want to point out is that amongst our staff, we've had close to 20% of our staff test positive by this point in the school year for COVID, and we've had close to 16% of our students test positive for COVID. So I hate to say it, but when we look at those vaccination rates, we also need to add in those people who have already had COVID as well, although there may be some overlap there. So in terms of the number of people who are still vulnerable to hospitalization or death, I think the percentages are even lower than our vaccination rates may suggest. I'm really looking forward to public schools getting out of the public health business. And I think by next year, I'm really hopeful. I know we've navigated lots of changes from the state, the county, that like it's been a long 2 years where nobody had really good information. I anticipate there will still be changes down the line. Hopefully we're getting to an endemic stage, but there could easily be other variants that pop up. But I would really like to see us by the fall being aligned with the public health department instead of having to make medical decisions as a school board. That being said, I am heartened by the outdoor mask mandate being lifted to being highly recommended instead. And I look forward to when our students have some choice about whether or not they're wearing masks indoors. I anticipate that something like 80% of our school population will continue to mask indoors, even if we were to move to highly recommended. I know I'd probably keep sticking one on my kid and he's used to it, so it wouldn't be a big deal. But I appreciate all of the effort that's been put into this and the kind of the layers that we're trying to work through right now as we build back our community relationships and get parents back on campus too.
Thank you, Trustee Conley. Any other, Trustee Wheeler?
Thank you. And, you know, being the last one, I don't feel like I need to repeat everything that has already been said, but I do want to say to Dr. Rudolph and my colleagues and the public that I agree with Superintendent Rudolph's recommendations.
And I will say the same, but I'm really excited that we can get to the outdoor lack of masks soon. I think that'll be, you know, just good for everybody's spirits. And when the time is appropriate, you know, we'll shift indoors as well. So thank you. Trustees, we are, what time is it now? It is 9:33.
Can I make a motion? I would like to make a motion to extend the meeting until, let's look at the agenda. Let's be extra safe and say 11 p.m.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed?
And can
Okay,
I also make a recommendation that instead of taking, all of us taking a break at the same time, you know, and taking that time out of the meeting, that we can individually take breaks, you know, turn our cameras off, you know, while, you know, PowerPoint presentation is being read, and, you know, and come back and, you know, just keep the meeting going.
Respectfully, I would prefer the opposite. I know people put a lot of work into the presentations. I don't know if they'd feel comfortable with us leaving.
Not talking about leaving. I'm saying, I'm assuming that everybody on this board has read the presentations.
Yeah.
So I'm saying that while these people are reading their presentations, largely for the public to know that they've done this work, and trusting that we have read the presentation and are ready to ask questions and provide comments, that we take individual breaks.
Okay.
Okay, I would actually like to take a 5-minute break. So we will reconvene at 9:40, and you know, point taken, appreciate it. If there's any more, if these next comment 2 items go long, you know, I concur with what you're saying, Trustee Wheeler, but just a 5-minute, and if we're all back before then, great. Okay, it's 9:42. We'll reconvene the meeting. And the next item on the agenda is summer programming and extended learning. And Director of Federal, State, and Strategic Programs, Jeff Chang, and Chief Academic Officer, Kathy Bauer, will be presenting. Welcome.
Thank you so much, trustees. Tonight, I will be presenting to you and the general public the plan for summer programming and expanded learning. So I'll first give a brief review of our last summer program, and then explain a new state initiative called the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, or ELOP. And then finally, I'll share the details for this summer within the context of ELOP. So as we always do, we take a look at the alignment to our strategic plan. This is goal area 1, effective and consistent instructional practices that meets the needs of all students. And objective 1B, ensuring targeted instructional opportunities that maximize learning for all students. So brief history of summer programming. MVWSD has always funded summer programs for students who are performing below grade level and who are also socioeconomically disadvantaged and or English learners. And the programming has included district-run options as well as partner-led options. Last year, the district offered a majority of virtual and in-person partner-led options for this group, the socioeconomically disadvantaged students, or ELs, identified below grade level. And of course, we had COVID restrictions, there were construction projects going on, and staffing and budget constraints, which limits our ability to program. So again, to review, we had a math program, SVF Elevate, for grades 3 through 8. We've been partnering with the Valdez math program for grades 4 through 8 for many years. We had the Olympico summer program at Castro that served about 120 students. And every year we also have the extended school year for our students with IEPs, with that on their individual IEPs. And this was a hybrid of in-person and virtual. And that served about 60 students. And also we had partner organizations that are affiliated, but they run their own programs. Peninsula Bridge is an example. And we also had smaller scale programs such as the St. Francis Avenue Crux and Empoder Latinas Code programs. So when we consider summer programming, there's a lot of little details that goes in. So due to, as I mentioned already, due to our students' needs, our summer programs have always served socioeconomically disadvantaged students identified as below grade level, with the exception of the extended school year and with Peninsula Bridge. In-person summer programs are almost always preferred over virtual for academic, social, and operational reasons. This summer, the only sites available for on-site are Castro and Mistral due to a variety of construction projects. So obviously this is one of the major limitations of how many students can attend. Our transportation capacity is limited. Staffing capacity, like with everything else, staffing right now is just a challenge. We don't currently have a district budget allocation for summer 2022. The grants that have come post-COVID, or I should say post-distance learning year, the ELOG, the Extended Learning Opportunities Grant, and ESSER funds have already been expended. Budget-wise, with the projected budget in year 3 at 14% of, 14% level of reserves at 14.12%, other sources need to be considered for funding our summer programs. So that's the overview for our summer and kind of the constraints. I want to explain to you all a little bit about the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program. So this program, which we're going to call ELOP for short, came out of new legislation, including the 2021 Budget Act, Assembly Bill 130 and AB 167. And it provides funding for after-school and summer school enrichment programs for transitional kindergarten through 6th grade. It has very specific requirements for implementation, which if not followed, will eventually result in the loss of funding. We were initially given $973,000 for implementation each year beginning this year. But that amount is not actually enough to implement the program in accordance with the requirements. So what are the requirements? The requirements for the ELOP program is to offer the following to all unduplicated pupils. These would be socioeconomically disadvantaged, ELs, foster youth, or a combination. So no less than 9 hours of in-person time and expanded learning opportunities per instructional day. That means after school programs. And at least full-time for 30 days during intersessional periods, breaks and summer. And it must be provided to at least 50% of our unduplicated students. And it must operate for 175 instructional days and start pretty much at the start of the school year. There are some ratio guidelines or requirements, I should say, 10-to-1 for TK to K, and then grades 1 through 6, 20-to-1. So the rules call for all districts creating a program plan by the end of this school year, and the template and the requirements were all released this past January. And eventually, districts who do not meet the requirements must return all the funding to the state. So what does that mean in terms of costs? Well, we did some early projections in January of this year, and I won't go through the details of all lines of this entire table here, but suffice it to say, on the left, you can see the requirements. You can see kind of line by line some of our projected costs for tutors or teachers for after school options, but the bottom in red shows the grand total cost range, depending on how we staff it, how big it is. Lots of other particulars could range between 1.35 million and 5.4 million for after school 175 days per school year. And then looking at intersession, this would be breaks and summer. Again, same as the earlier slide, the big red numbers at the bottom, grand total cost range of 580 grand to 2.7 million. So summarizing that, we have projected that implementing ELOP according to the requirements would cost us between 2 and 8 million, a little bit over 8 million annually ongoing. Initial funding location, as you may remember, I said earlier, was 973,000, which would create an annual cost to the district of between 1.1 and 7.1 million dollars, depending on what type of program we were to go with. So clearly a big shortfall in terms of funding this year. We've spent a lot of time, district staff, various members of the Ed Services team and the finance teams have spent many hours in trainings, asking questions of whoever we can get a hold of at the state level and the county level, investigating possible scenarios, advocating through staff at the county office of ed. Basically, a bunch of districts all over the state are saying this is not enough money to do what you're asking us to do. We would like to do it. It seems great for kids, but it is not nearly enough funding. That has that's the kind of overall summary of the cost of ELOP. So far, some proposed changes have come from our advocacy and our partners' advocacy. In response to these concerns, the governor has proposed some changes to the program beginning in next school year. So the big change is in the budget, right? If everything goes according to plan and the budget is passed in June and approved in June this way, we would actually get $2.9 million. Slight change, we still have 9 hours of programming for 180 days, plus the 30 days of intersession. They're giving us a year where there won't be audit findings or penalties if it's not quite up to the exacting requirements in 22 and 23. But we must meet all the requirements of the program in 23-24. So far, the reporting requirements have not yet been published. So this is everything that we know right now. But districts that don't meet the requirements will generate prorated penalties and will have to return money to the state in 23-24 if we don't meet the requirements set out. So having explained that, what does that mean for this summer, 2022? So logistically speaking, the sites we mentioned, Castro and Mistral, are the only ones that are not are the only ones available that are not completely under construction this summer. The program, the academic program would run approximately 8 to 12 in the morning. It would run from June 13th to July 8th, which mirrors past programs. The change is that now with the Juneteenth federal holiday, there will also not be school on June 20th, in addition to July 4th. And the programs we were planning to operate are Elevate Math, which is the SVEF program, the Silicon Valley Educational Foundation program, for rising 3rd through 8th graders, which will approximately serve 150 students. Valdez Math is still working out their program and getting their logistics together, but we anticipate that they will serve rising 5th through 8th graders. And the TBD depends on whether they need rooms from us or whether they can host at Stanford as they have in the past. We would also offer a program for ELA Science Math Hybrid Program of Olympico for rising 1st through 6th graders, 3 classes per grade, totaling about 450 seats. And of course, we mentioned already extended school year. These are classes for students who require special education and related services in excess of the regular academic year, as indicated in their IEP, and we project about 80 students. Now, to make this meet ELOP as closely as we can, as early as we can, to work out the kinks that will inevitably come up, right? We have some after school programs that we want to build into our summer as well. So we are currently working out contracts with Right at School and YMCA to provide an additional up to 6 hours of programming for families. So this will allow the district to meet the 9-hour ELOP requirement when it becomes something that we may lose funding over, right? So if we're talking about 9 total hours, depending on the actual start of the morning, we'll go from 12 o'clock, the after school program would go from 12 o'clock to 5 or 6 p.m. daily. So it would give parents an opportunity to send their kids to summer school and stay at, being cared for the entire workday. But, and this is again, always the specter that looms, is it's dependent on the ability of the agencies and us to hire staff. So in order to use the ELOP funds, district summer programs may only serve unduplicated pupils. Again, this is the group of ELs or socioeconomically disadvantaged or both, and foster youth. So in order to use the ELOP money that we've been allocated this year to run summer school, we have to focus on this group of students. Currently, we have 1,555 of these pupils. Not all of them will be able to be served due to staffing and space. So we are currently planning to prioritize. The first group would be McKinney-Vento students. The second group would be students who attend Castro Elementary, or unduplicated students who attend Castro Elementary, who scored in either Tier 2 or Tier 3 on the most recent district ELA and math benchmarks. And then students who attend other schools in the district who scored Tier 2 or 3 on the elementary ELA or math K through 8. In that priority order, it's likely that most of the students who fall in all 3 of these, or I would say it is certain that we will invite all McKinney-Vento students. It is highly likely to certain that the second category will all get invitations. And the third, we will see, it'll be depending on space. It may end up being a registration deadline, kind of rolling deadline. So how that gets done still needs to be worked out exactly. So projected costs and staffing, there are still some TBDs on here, but we do have some costs. For Elevate, $54,000. Valdez is asking for a $25,000 donation. Olympico is going to cost us $225,000. I won't read the rest to you, but I'll kind of highlight some of the numbers and items here. So the first three are approximately what it costs in past years. There were some minor adjustments. As you can see, we're going to need to hire support staff, a secretary, likely some noon duty supervisors, because we may have 500-600 kids on campus during the summer. Child nutrition is going to be a cost. Potentially transportation will be a cost at minimum for our ESY students and for McKinney-Vento students. We'll probably need to hire a nurse, and we're thinking about and checking out if it's possible to keep our wellness center at Castro open during that time as well. So as mentioned, we're planning on using the 21-22 ELOP allocation of $973,000 to fund the non-ESY summer programs, right, and carry over any unspent funds into next school year. ESY is funded out of special education monies. There will not be audit findings, or penalties for 2021 to 2022 when we use ELOP. Although districts must use the money following the program requirements. So we have to do our best to meet the program requirements, but they won't ding us if we don't quite meet this year. So using this summer as a starting point for fully implementing ELOP beginning in summer of 2023. So again, coming back to some more considerations to kind of frame the situation. There's still a lot of uncertainty out there, right? It will take many years to fill up the gaps created by the pandemic. We know that our unduplicated pupils have been impacted to a greater extent. When we look at the district's extended learning program, it indicates that students who are on tier 1 were actually less likely to participate in after-school tutoring this year. And so we feel confident in the decision to look at tier 2 and tier 3 students. We have to work with our partners. They don't necessarily have all the staffing or facilities to offer all students or even all unduplicated pupils a summer program. The funds, as I mentioned, are quite restricted, and we have to use them according to the rules that the state sets out. It's been a large undertaking already to think about and work on the ELOP program. It's going to require additional staff time over the next few years. And the success is really dependent on the ability, again, to hire staff. And just a kind of a side note, just to illustrate the difficulty, our BTB program hasn't been fully staffed this year, despite having the highest pay rates of any program, a similar program in the county. So what are the next steps? I'm going to continue to plan for summer 2022 and continue to monitor the governor's budget. There are changing parameters all the time. Things change very quickly. But we have to keep moving and keep planning for the full ELOP rollout during the 2022-2023 school year. And we're going to bring a formal plan for ELOP to the board in June of 2022. And that is the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Chang. I know you've been quite hard at work on this and many other items. Trustees, any clarifying questions? Trustee Conley has had her hand up.
Thank you, President Blakely. Thank you for the presentation, Director Chang. That was very informative, and I appreciate the detail that was included in the packet ahead of time. So I'm excited that most of the students who are identified as having high needs at Castro will be able to participate. I'm really worried about the peer students at Mistral. And I think many of those families are the same families. There are families that have one kid at Castro and one kid at Mistral. There are families that go to Castro and live with families that go to Mistral because everyone's doubled up or tripled up in homes. And so it feels weird to separate the two unduplicated communities because those schools, that community is so interwoven. they're all on the same WhatsApp group together, right? Like it's one community. And I worry that there's an unintended consequence. We know that Mistral, our low-income Mistral families have been asking literally for years, as long as I've been on the board, for summer programming and after-school programming, because Beyond the Bell went away from Mistral when it separated into a separate school. And if it turns out that if you go to Mistral, you don't get to have those services, but if you go to your homeschool Castro instead, you get those services, we're going to gut the Spanish-speaking population at Mistral, which is something that, you know, dual immersion is built around. So I'm wondering if you could give us numbers. There's a lot of different programs in here, but some numbers for those programs and maybe speak to that a little bit.
Sure. Yeah, it can get even more complicated. So I appreciate the sentiment, and certainly we're trying to consider as many groups as possible, and we want to serve as many students who are deserving of the service and who want it to attend as possible, right? So I mentioned that McKinney-Vento students would be the first to be invited. Not all of them are K-5, so some of them are going to be part of the math program, which has more space, right? And so there are about 190 McKinney-Vento students right now. And then I would say we would have an upper 200s, I don't know the exact number right now at Castro, or about 300 at Castro. And then again, it's very hard to predict what percentage of students will sign up within a given time frame. But I would anticipate that there would be a significant number of seats open for kids who are in that group of unduplicated students who are performing below grade level, many of whom may attend Mistral and also other schools. So it's hard to say because, you know, I think it's because we call out Castro specifically as our Title I school, as our highest need school. It can make it seem like maybe we're not paying attention to other schools as much, but rest assured, everybody's on the same spreadsheet. Everybody's getting looked at similarly, but I just wanted to be, we all wanted to be transparent in how we were prioritizing, because we think the public deserves to know this, but we also know that there are many other students outside of Castro who would want the opportunity and whose parents would sign them up. So we want to give as many of them the opportunity as possible.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to add, Trustee Connolly, you did make a comment about after school. It's our intention to start. And, you know, we're still, I want to preface this whole ELOP thing has been kind of a roller coaster over the course of this year, because when we first found out about it, we were really excited, but 953,000, we're going to spend that this summer just on what we're doing right now. And so it's been really trying to figure out what we can do with the money we're given. So we were really excited with the proposal of the 2.9 million, which we're hoping we can make work. We're going to do a lot of work between now and June, but I will say that in my head, the plan moving forward would be to expand at Castro and Mistral first for after school. We know, and we've heard all along, it was a real hit to the community when the ACES program BTB was lost. And so that'll be where we begin. So at least that's where my thinking is as we start to plan.
Very glad to hear that. Trustee Berman.
Thank you. I'm also really relieved to hear that. I echo Trustee Conley's sentiments. So it said that there are for the program, it's gosh, I just had it right now. It's 180 days plus 30 days of intercession. So it's the summer, I'm assuming, is considered an intercession. It's 18 days. So then do we need to complete the difference there to make the 30 days? And how would that happen, or where would that be?
As far as I know, intercession can be defined as, if there's a non-school day, so holidays, spring break, February break. I think there are probably more than enough days to make sure that, and plus the 18 or 20 days in the summer, to make sure that we give at least 30 days to the families who qualify.
Great. So they'd have these 18 days over the summer, and then throughout the breaks during the year, they'd have an opportunity to have intercession support.
Yeah, intercession is their catch-all term for summer and breaks.
Yes, got it. Okay, thank you.
Trustee Chang.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Chain. Two questions. First is for this coming summer, has the site location to be determined? Are we looking at Castro or Monte Loma, or do we know where?
Yeah, Castro and Mistral together. And
then second question, not related to the funding for these summer schools, but I had a conversation with Dr. Rudolf about updating that about the district's internal Wi-Fi that Director Acker is working on, and how it looks like it's, I guess we're gonna get a presentation later, but then I'm wondering, is there talk of providing some type of kind of coordinated or curated online like enrichment that students can partake in this summer, whether that's as a layer on top of it for the students who qualify for this, and or for students who don't qualify for our traditional summer programming through these funding sources? Are there going to be some kind of curated resources for students in general, Mount View Wisman, through our internal Wi-Fi network?
Yeah, thank you for the question. That's something that we did provide in the past, and certainly we can look at providing again. One thing that I do want to point out, and this is not to necessarily say I'm taking a position one way or the other, but only about 16 to 20% of kids took advantage of at least, 3 or 4 lessons over the summer, and even fewer took advantage of 10 or more lessons. And there were, I don't know exactly how many days in the summer there were. Let's say that there were 40 days in the summer. It was very limited usage last year. So hopefully we can increase that if we do the program this year, but it's certainly something we can look into.
Thank you. Were there any other trustee questions for Dr. Chang? Okay, are there members of the public wishing to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 if you dialed in by phone. Okay, I see one member of the public, Moon Lu. Please unmute yourself once you see the timer and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello again. Thank you for the presentations. I just have a quick question. I noticed that the grade level is for incoming 3rd grader to, is it 6th grader? I was wondering if you could consider extend it to 2nd grader, because I know like a lot of the kids struggle at the beginning of the pandemic coming in, like the kinder last year was such a struggle for them with Zoom. And then I think that with 1st grade, it's just add on because it's not, they didn't have that basic foundation. So I was just wondering if you would consider looking into that and include the incoming 2nd grader.
Thank you. Because this is just a time for us to receive comments and not answer questions. I would encourage you to write or check into the superintendent's check-in tomorrow afternoon, and you can ask that question there as well. But otherwise you could email probably Dr. Rudolf or Director Chang, and they may be able to give you more guidance. Thank you. Trustees, did you have any additional comments on this item? Trustee Conley.
Thank you, President Blakely. So I really appreciate staff trying to figure out how to take what I consider an unfunded mandate and implement it, because what we have seen happen over and over at the state level is that a program is put forward, we're required to implement it, but it is only partially funded. It is not fully funded, and it does become an unfunded mandate. So I appreciate the advocacy that you all have been doing at the county level. It's definitely our state level decision makers who are, it's Newsom's office that has proposed this budget right now. It's the the budget subcommittees on education in the Assembly and the Senate who are discussing these things. So the more that we can put pressure on there, which I promise to do through meetings with our legislators, the better. But it's just not enough money to meet the needs of our kids. But it is enough of a program to wave a flag and pretend like the state is solving this problem. So it's very frustrating. I want us to be able to provide this for all of our unduplicated students.
I think we probably all concur with Trustee Conley. Were there any other trustee comments on this item? Okay, thank you very much, Director Chang. And the next, I'm sorry, Chris.
Sorry, I didn't raise my hand quickly enough. My apologies. Separate from these funding sources, but related to summer school and related to this idea of Castro Mistral, is just kind of speaking to aspirationally of would love to see in the long term the district work more closely with the Stanford Teacher Education Program. So I know that and my bias, I'm myself I'm a STEP alum. That's where I did my teacher training, but I know some of our really strongest administrators have also come in from that program, and they do a summer program with pilot schools. They have a long-term relationship with Sunnyvale and Santa Clara. And just to speak aspirationally, I know that several trustees and several members of our district are very close with the Stanford Teacher Education Program's directors, but would like to see them do more with Castro and Mistral. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments, trustees? Okay, I am in a different time. Thank you very much, Director Chang and Ms. Bauer for this item. I personally am in a different time zone than the rest of you, and I am fading rapidly. So I am going to log off for the evening and pass the baton to complete the rest of the meeting to Vice President Berman, and I will be watching over the weekend when I'm back in town. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much for joining us tonight. So I will go ahead and facilitate the rest of this meeting. So we are going to move on to item C, Learning Recovery Plan Update, with a presentation by our program coordinator of Education Services, Ms. Terry Lambert, and our Director of Curriculum Instruction and Assessment, Ms. Swati Tidar.
Good evening, trustees. I'll get set up here. Right. I am very happy to be here tonight presenting this interim update for our Learning Recovery Plan. Happy to be the grand finale tonight. It's at the end of the meeting, but I will try and go quickly through this. So this is our alignment to the strategic plan. There's been so much action and teamwork going on this year to support as many students as possible during what turned out to be another intense year of the pandemic. So I've been living and breathing this learning recovery goal, and I really feel privileged to work with all of the partner agencies and the dedicated team members here within our district to be able to coordinate this considerable support that the students are receiving to fill the gaps that may have been caused by the pandemic and distance learning. So I'll recap quickly the priorities and the tutoring services. Our priority was to extend learning for all students with an emphasis on students who are below grade level. And that increase in intensity for students below grade level could look like more sessions per week, a priority for doing the virtual tutoring on-site, or a priority for in-person learning. These are the basic parameters. So both subject areas ranging from in-person to virtual on-site to virtual at home. Group sizes ranged from 1 to 1 to 1 to 8, and the number of sessions per week ranged from 1 to 3. And this is a reference table with all of the different services we are providing this year. And you can see that all students from those on or above grade level to below grade level, they were all offered some form of support this year. These next few slides have enrollment and attendance for each grade span. And just quickly through these. In the fall, we had enrollment. 85% of the students that were offered a specific tutoring option actually consented. And these two slides have it by site. You can see how it works out by site, and almost every site had 85% enrollment or better. And this is the other sites. But moving into actual usage, even though we had 85% who consented, the usage is not as high, and I'm going to talk about some of the reasons for that as I go through the rest of the presentation. So for these three attendance slides, the cut point of 75% of attendance at their tutoring sessions was used. And again, these are also by site. Sorry, I hope you can't hear my cat. All right, and this slide is for YEP, which is a middle school program. Both middle schools, every student is provided with access to YEP, which is an on-demand math homework help. This year, we're averaging, with all the students in middle school, about 24 sessions per week combined. So students aren't accessing it as much this year, but there are about 31 students within the middle school that have used it 5 or more times this year. And the next group of slides that was in the board packet was showing the grade level assessment data. There are graphs for each grade span and the tutoring programs, and they contain the data for students who attended 3 or more sessions in reading tutoring, because this is just reading data, and that had both a trimester 1 and a trimester 2 score, so we could capture growth. So it is not every student. And first and second grade, we don't have achievement data in this interim report because they hadn't completed enough sessions at the time in mid-February when this data was pulled. In 6th and 8th grade, also don't have reading data because they don't take literally. So we'll be looking at all of the comprehensive data in May. And although each agency has their own metrics, we want to use our own independent assessment, which is iReady. And after Diagnostic 3 in May, we'll be able to provide a comprehensive review of both subject areas and all the grade spans. So in the interest of time, I'm going to skip all of these graphs because I know you've seen them in your board packet, and go to the analysis. But before that, the budget slide. This is the portion of the Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant that's used for the tutoring program, and you can see $1,600,000 is used for contracts, and approximately $500,000 is used for the support, the materials, the supervision, the snacks. Okay. So some summary of the data. Happy to say that the students in the after-school programs, VTB, YMCA, and Right at School showed the most gains unliterably. This is most likely due in large part to the fact that they actually have the academic support 5 days a week, which is more than any other tutoring method. And another point worth noting is that at this time, for the virtual tutoring, those participating from home have more gains unliterably than those participating on site. And a significant contributing factor to this is that the on-site students have had fewer sessions of tutoring for lots of different reasons. The modified COVID quarantine meant that they couldn't attend after-school activities. Other students are attending after-school activities for when some of their sessions are scheduled. In the middle school, the sports sports trump tutoring every time. And there was a delay after the December break in resuming tutoring due to the rise in COVID cases. And in addition, first and second grade had some struggles at the beginning, the agency, with tutor availability and some technical difficulties. So all of that combined for on-site to have fewer sessions. And some successes. Even with the nationwide staffing shortages that we're all very familiar with, we were able to partner with 7 agencies to serve a wide range of student needs and use a variety of different tutoring methods. And by using virtual tutoring, the pool of available tutors was increased dramatically, and so far more students were able to receive support than if we had used in-person only. So we were able to source some in-person tutoring to serve students who needed the physical presence of a tutor. And one of these in-person tutoring methods is during the school day. We provided an additional adult at every elementary school to make group size smaller in the RTI classes. And moving on with more successes, we're really pleased that 74% of the SED subgroup and 70% of the EL students at Castro and Mistral in grades 3 through 5 received in-person tutoring in reading 2 hours every week. And one of my favorite successes, the excellent collaboration of each site team, has really been instrumental in supporting the students to have a successful experience this year. We have met an average of twice a month to support enrollment, attendance, troubleshooting specific student situations, and in addition to all of the parent and student conversations that the site teams have had. And the teachers are also part of that team. They often encourage the students, they talk with parents, they point out if the sessions seem to be too easy or too hard. And even more people are part of the team, the supervisors of the on-site. We have a lot of instructional aides and yard duty people that have stepped up to take on the extra work of being supervisors of the on-site tutoring. And they're the front lines for connectivity issues, the fallback plans if a tutor is unavailable, and just helping students to stay attentive during their tutoring. So it's some great teamwork. And I've already talked about the gains the after-school programs had. And I just want to point out that by partnering with us, their staff have gained new skills and incorporated new routines to benefit their programs. We really appreciate the willingness and the flexibility of the after-school programs to add more academics to their programs beyond the usual homework help to help our students with learning recovery. So moving into the challenges, as you can imagine, there's been lots. What turned out to be another difficult pandemic year. One of these is the staffing shortages, which I referred to already. And because of that, during the day school site tutors that help with RTI, there's a few sites that have had some turnover of tutors and some of them with difficulty maintaining their attendance to help in RTI. And also the students themselves having consistent attendance. So even with the hard work of the teams, these school sites listed here had lower on-site attendance than the other school sites. One of the challenges towards inconsistent attendance was having students that are tutoring from home, or the families, schedule the actual sessions with the agency, and then to attend the sessions that they did indeed schedule. So those are both major support needs. And tutor availability, although it is improving steadily, it has been a factor with both the at-home and the on-site. And paper education, as Director Chang mentioned in his presentation, the Tier 1 students just aren't participating at the same rate. Paper education is the service provided for Tier 1 students in grades 3, 4, and 5. And the usage of that at this point is still low. Middle school participation significantly lower than elementary for some of the reasons I mentioned earlier. And a further challenge, in grades K2, we still are charged if the tutor shows up, but our students don't show up without giving notice in time to cancel the tutor. Okay, there have been competing priorities at the school sites because it turned out to be a very difficult year with COVID. So there's been a struggle for enough time and resources to implement the tutoring. But now that it's easing, COVID is easing, we will be able to, the site teams will be able to support the students even more with attendance. And I did mention already that the students on or above grade level are participating less. And it's definitely worth pointing out that nothing happens in a vacuum. That all of the efforts, the core instruction, our usual interventions, plus this new additional support this year, all combine to help a student to make gains. And the vast majority of the learning recovery funds were expended for this school year, were budgeted, which brings us to next steps. So determining the priorities for summer school and for the learning recovery for next school year is in progress. And as part of this, for the learning recovery for next year, we're going to survey parents, staff, and students to get qualitative data to add to our achievement data, the summative data that we'll have in May. We're going to continue to focus on supporting attendance so the students get as much benefit as possible. And we will be returning to the Board of Trustees in May with a comprehensive evaluation of both subject areas and all the grade spans. And I know that our site teams and the district office team are going to continue working hard together so that we finish strong with the rest of the tutoring the last few months. And with that, I will open it for questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation tonight. Thank you for the update. Are there any trustee questions? Trustee Ching.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Lambert, for the presentation. Just one quick question about, are there nearby districts that have paneled together the similar vendors for tutoring? And has there been opportunities to compare notes with other districts who are using similar vendors in this way?
At the beginning of the year, I spoke with other districts when we were looking at vendors. It wasn't during COVID when they had used them because all of these vendors existed pre-COVID. But I did speak with other districts prior to that. There are no districts close to us that are using these same vendors currently this year.
Trustee Conley.
Thank you, Vice President Berman. So I am curious. I appreciate the complexity of the undertaking that was before you and the team this year to try and, weave together all of these different options. I'm hoping that, I know it's not a double-blind study. I know that there's a lot of different data points, but I'm hoping that there's a lot of learnings that we're going to take from it. I'm wondering, do you think, once we get that iReady data in May, that you may have some insights about which programs we might want to continue with in the future versus which ones we might not?
Absolutely. And not just the vendors, but the type of tutoring as well. Some students are able to profit more from virtual tutoring versus others. So looking at all of those dynamics, there's not one right way to do it. Different methods meet the needs of different students, but with the summative data, we'll be able to compare.
And if I may add, Trustee Conley, we're also looking at doing the parent survey and the staff and student survey to get additional data points. So we'd like to look at it from a holistic point of view as well. And of course, budget considerations as well.
And then sort of piggybacking off of what Trustee Chang was asking about earlier, I think even though these were existing vendors, there was a bit of an entrepreneurial spirit to this year, in that none of these vendors had ever had to scale so quickly, which is, I think, why we saw a lot of the staffing shortages. So I'm also curious about, you know, maybe there are other vendors that other districts found more reliable in terms of their staffing, for example. And I'm also curious if, so what I have seen in other school settings where I've worked is a slow process of bringing parents in as, you know, let's say like a noon duty or an instructional assistant, and then maybe they start to work in the after school program too. So they start to get more experience working with small groups of students, even though they're not directly tutoring them, they're supervising them for that supervised tutoring at school. And then we encourage them to work towards a teaching credential and eventually hire them as a future teacher, and they never leave us. So I'm wondering if there could be more opportunities for that mechanism of pulling in people who are really invested in our district, and this could be one of the career pipelines for trying to bring people up.
That would be part of determining the priorities for next year, looking at all of the data and what was effective.
And Trustee Conley, we also, I have to give this example. We did have a tutor, a person, a staff member working for a tutoring agency that applied for a position at our district. So there is these opportunities. And if we see someone, of course, and of course, calibrating with our fellow districts as well. Just now that we've got a whole year, all of us, and we have some companies vetted shortly, we will definitely look into it.
It's like it's a treasure trove of data. Just like we know more about nose swabs than we've ever known before. I feel like this has been a great data source for us.
Are there any other trustee questions? Okay. In that case, we're going to move on to public comments. If you're a member of the public and you'd like to comment on this item, you may raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Okay. Seeing as there are none, are there any trustee comments? Trustee Conley?
I know, I almost feel bad raising my hand so late at night. I'm sorry, trustees. No, I just wanted to say that I think one of the things that really stood out to me from this was the emphasis on a case management approach to our students, in the sense that it really took SCEFs and school site teams working closely with families to figure out the best options for our kids and getting them into the right program fit for them. So I'm hoping, you know, that we can also continue to really fund and support and train our SCEFs next year as well, to continue to be those outreach and case management agents for our families, to continue these types of supports. And thank you for all of the work.
Any other comments from our trustees? I will just piggyback on what Trustee Conley just mentioned. I think that I am just looking forward to that update in May to see how parents responded to the surveys and what feedback they have for us, and how we can offer a robust tutoring program for next year. And it's also exciting that our kids are really responsive to the tutoring in the after school program. I think you're right. It has to do with the frequency and reliability of them always showing up to that program. And I think another element for students is often that relationship. It's a known person that they feel very safe with and have a relationship with, in sort of this academic setting and in a really fun setting as well. So I'm sure that had something to do with their success. So so thank you so much. It's also, yeah, huge undertaking, managing so many different programs and so many constraints. So thank you very much. Thank you for the update. Okay, and we will move on to item 10, board updates. Are there any updates from the board tonight? Trustee Conley.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly share. So the Legislative Action Committee for the Santa Clara School Boards Association, the Santa Clara County School Boards Association, has been meeting with state and county legislators over the last few weeks, which has been a really interesting and hopefully fruitful effort. We're trying to communicate to especially our state legislators around these budget issues, for example, what the needs of our districts locally are here and our hopes for some of the budget planning and other legislation that's coming down the pipeline. And then I think we haven't had a board meeting since the legislative brunch was completed. So I chaired a legislative brunch for the Santa Clara County School Boards Association, where we heard from 7 different state Senate and Assembly members, from one of our congressional representatives, from a couple of our county supervisors. It was a really, really interesting event, and a great time to reinforce with all of those people, just by the questions that we chose, what is really important and vital to school districts in our county right now.
Thank you, Trustee Conley.
And I also want to say, I thought you did an outstanding job planning for that event, Trustee Conley.
Thank you, Trustee Wheeler.
Okay, any other board updates? Then we will move on to items for future agendas. Dr. Rudolf, do we have any items that were sent in?
Nope, I didn't see any in my email.
Okay, then we will move on to future board meetings. So on our agenda tonight, we have the dates for future board meetings. Let's see. March 24th, strategic plan. In April, we have a board retreat. And on April 7th, the update on citizens broadband radio service. And then May 5th, dyslexia plan, Montaloma update, and the PTAC BOC presentation. Okay.
Do we have a date for that board retreat?
We do have a date for the board retreat.
It's the 2nd, if I'm correct. I think there was just a typo on the agenda.
Yes,
But
it's
yes, the
on
2nd.
hold. Yes, 9 to 2 is on hold for the board retreat.
And it feels like the CBRS update is like a birthday gift. That is my birthday. And it's all about digital equity. So I'm very excited.
That's very exciting. Okay, great. Okay, so at 10:39 p.m., we will now adjourn this meeting of the Mountain View Wisman School Board.
Okay.
Great job, Vice President.
Yeah, nice job.
Thank you.